Hey, what's up, buddy? Oh, God, I'm sleepy. I done slept all day too. I don't know what I'm so tired for. Just gonna blame the weather. It's the easiest thing to do. How's it going? How's it going? We'll be starting in a second. I kind of have to psych myself up. It's funny. It's more like drowsy than tired. It's like I'm just comfortable, so I kind of want to just relax. Cause I mean, I got up reasonably early, but then I was like, I got nothing going on till much later, and I'm bored. So I took like a 2 or 3 hour nap in the afternoon to the evening, and it's just been like sitting with me. I also did just have a big dinner, so there's that. But yeah, no, it's definitely the weather. It's not been too bad. I would prefer if it was still raining though, but it's all right. How are you doing? How's it going? Let me actually swap over to the game now. It is good to see you. Where's the button? There it is. Now, in case anybody has forgotten, we are still on the white shoe slaying case. Doing alright pulling packaging plastic off of this router. Ooh, you got a new router? Nice.
See him? Saw his picture in the paper.
God, it's dark as fucking game too.
Are you drunk, mister? Or are you just cracked?
The fuck did you say about me, piece of shit? Fuck you.
I'm
What's your
walking
beef
here.
with
Are
this?
you drunk, mister, or just cracked? Why are you falling all over the place, pal? Sever modem router for when you take over the internet bill. Oh, righto, righto. It'll pay itself off.
From the papers, solve that big case.
Right. I can't remember what part we were on.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an APB out on a yellow cab, number 3591. Ask dispatch to relay all sightings to car 11K.
No problem. I'll get on the radio.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity?
Oh, yes, Barron's Bar. That's right, that's right. Now I remember.
Was involved in a fight outside the bar.
I can check the reports, Detective. I have a message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case. Jessup is currently being detained at Central Station.
Could be our man.
Able seaman? We don't use that out here. It's an Australian Navy thing. That's funny. We've never used that.
If that hill won't buy
Seaman. Shut up. Anyways, I hope you're doing well tonight. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming by. I know it's kind of like a weird like off day because I had to put last night off just because I was truly completely exhausted last night, and I was busy with dinner that took hours to finish.
Car 11K, we have a response on your APB.
Oh, hang on. Let's do this.
3591. The vehicle has been identified at a gas station. Now heading west on 7th Street.
Garage on 7th Street. Let's hit it, Phelps. The cab driver might tie this whole thing together.
I hope you're right.
Are you ready to mod? Yeah, I know you're usually like out cold this day. Like, I'll be lucky to get you Wednesdays and Fridays, but oof. Oh, yeah. Did you catch up with some of the Dead by Daylight anniversary stream stuff? Yeah, Tim. Yeah, Vecna looks good. As I was saying in our group chat, sorry, I'm pulling up a guide thing. Um, I have no shame admitting I've been using a guide for a lot of the game because I have done a lot of it, but also it's kind of one of those games where it's like it's it's not as obvious to do things as it seems for LA Noire. Like you'd be surprised at how kind of iffy it is, especially when it comes to doubting and the evidence. It's just dumb. It is really easy to like completely misread something. So yeah, I don't feel bad at all for using walkthrough because we're just kind of trying to get it. I want the narrative. I don't really care for the gameplay, even though it is pretty neat. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. Um, Anybody that knows the development history of this game will understand why it's a fucking mess. So let me just pull the walkthrough up. But yeah, so we're getting Vecna. It's not the Vecna I would have liked, how we were, how we have been, I guess, historically theorizing that we might get Vecna, because we knew we were getting Vecna a long time ago, the the leaks, but a lot of us thought it was going to be Stranger Things Vecna, which honestly probably would have been more interesting and more widely known. I really feel like I feel kind of checked out of it being a D&D thing, but I am excited to see such a character be brought to the game. Frankly, I just don't think the theming really works or matters. When I think of D&D, I don't particularly think horror, even though it does have like a lot of horror elements. So I'm just not as excited as I would have been. 2v8, that's fun. I know that's been something a lot of people have been like, I guess, sort of like joking about for a long time. That's neat. We'll see how that works out because it is kind of silly. Where the hell? We were on the White Shoes thing, so we were closer to the end of Homicide than not. Now, the reason I haven't just taken us to the hobo camp is for a really dumb reason. Here, we'll take care of the street crime first. If you go to the hobo camp too early, you actually miss out on something really, really important. Or not necessarily really, really important, but really, really interesting. So it's super stupid. This game has like stupid things like that. Whoops, you did something in the wrong order, you're missing a third of the game.
This is 11K. We'll handle the 415.
11K, officer needs help.
I'll be happy to see some of the quality of life changes, especially for the matchmaking, as well as ranking stuff. Interesting details there. I'll probably get in that later. In fact, towards the end of the stream tonight, we might even watch like a highlights video, because I'm kind of interested to catch up, and I do want to get back to streaming Dead by Daylight. I've just kind of been, in a narrative mood lately. I very much want to get through games that have an end, you know what I mean? Whoops.
All units, officer needs help. 415 and shots fired. 313 Bunker Hill Avenue. 313 Bunker.
We'll just walk there.
Handle code 3 identify.
We'll just walk there. It's fine. It's fine. And I think I might also stream this Thursday. We'll see how I feel and if I have anything going on, which I probably won't. So it's kind of going to be a busy week because, let's see, so 12 hours from now would be 8 a.m. to 7 and then, okay. So Thursday morning is the launch of a new temporary game mode for World of Warcraft.
I told you not to call me that, woman. Now shut the hell up!
You shut the hell up!
That the lady of the house?
It's a nice story. Two old lovebirds just moved in together. But they had a falling out, and he chased her across the yard with a 12 gauge. Now it's him or us.
Well, we all know how this will end. Also, why does the game... It just looks so flat. I could have sworn there was more lighting than this, even in the clouds. Did it reset something? No, it's all there. I guess it just looks weird.
Officer down! Give yourself up! Now! Wine, look at her.
You're a cop killer!
What have they done to you?
What has he done to you? He just killed 2 cops, lady. What are you talking about? I'm sorry your old man is a cop killer. Good luck. Have fun. Some of these street cases make no sense. Like, I feel like maybe they're supposed to be like the, like the freaks and strangers of Grand Theft Auto 5. Like, you just kind of come across them and do a quick thing. But this is you, like, run across town to do something that takes 3 milliseconds. Like, huh? That was a waste of time. What was the point of that? And aside from very few of those street cases, they kind of all have set outcomes. Like, I will guarantee you there's no way to, like, stop that peacefully because he just straight up kills 2 cops. I think the only one that really had an alternate outcome is that crazy guy at the very beginning of the game that jumped off the fucking building after beating that guy to death with the baseball bat. You can catch him, but you actually have to do a bunch of bullshit to do it. And it would literally take, like, a guide to figure out how to catch up to him because he does just run faster than you. So it's like a whole, like, ordeal just to see a slightly different outcome and not get rewarded anything. That's what I was saying. This game has like had like a really crazy development schedule and cycle rather. It went through a lot of like reiterating, like more than most games. Like I think, like I said, this game was scrapped and restarted multiple times, and a lot of the ideas were brought over. This game had a really, really long like gestation period. It took a really, really long time to actually come out because a lot of it was a developer saying, "Hey, please, you know, pick up our game." Somebody published it, and it didn't really even start getting finished, or didn't really even start gaining like traction until Rockstar picked it up, because it was an Australian developer, Team Bondi, who I don't know if they ever did anything else because I know they shut down right after this came out, especially after like all the allegations of like internal issues and probably the most severe crunch time I've heard of, you know. So a lot of it really is just kind of disconnected pieces because it's like when you write a book with the story in mind but no way to make it make sense, and you're just like, I'll figure out how to make it make sense later, George Lucas. But you never do. So they had the game but not the reasoning, and even the main story, which is fairly, I guess, fairly decently, like, it's connected enough that by the end of the game things start to fall into place, but there's so much more to the game that just kind of is, that they're like puzzle pieces from different puzzles, and it's a shame. I mean, shit, we were gonna get a burglary desk, like an entire burglary desk that was gonna tie a lot of stuff together, and that just didn't happen because they didn't have the time or the resources by the time the game came out. We only got fucking we only got like fucking like Vice and what's it called because they released it as DLC, and all these random other cases that were originally like, what, there was like a PS3 exclusive case, a 360 exclusive case, all this bullshit. And then the season pass DLC just ended up being like what was ostensibly just what the core game was going to have. Kind of as a case of like, hey, you know, we need a little more time to bake, and we're still missing a lot. I think LA Noire is definitely like up there with like a lot of games of like what could have been that really intrigued the shit out of me. Right, we gotta pick somewhere to go now. Now I gotta remember if this is when I let's see. Go for that. And frankly, in a funny way, it really makes me love the game more. You know what I mean? Alright, let's see. We went to Baron's bar, the guy ran away, we beat his ass. Dick Bates, that's right. So we need to locate the yellow cab.
You see our taxi anywhere?
I definitely feel that way with like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, the first one. The second one, I don't give a shit about anymore. I've disconnected from it. It's dead. It's a dead game. It's a sequel in name only now. Because I wouldn't say maybe it, I would maybe not say it had as tumultuous development cycle as LA Noire did, especially considering this came nearly a decade later and certainly had a lot more going into it, or at least in terms of technological advancement. But they're almost, I guess, kindred spirits in that regard. Haha, kindred. Vampire. But there was certainly a lot of issues with publishing and funding and restarts. Something that happens more or less for like any development studio that, you know, isn't owned or a subsidiary or something. It's like, man, you know, it really is just like these games wouldn't have happened, for better or worse, if it weren't for the people putting all of that time and effort behind it. Like, I'll riff on what Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 has become, because it is now just like a corporate Frankenstein of shit that's not gonna have anything great to it, because you know, it was literally a corpse resurrected, and being sold with the promises of something that literally will not be anymore, and it is now just going to be a mishmash of, it's going to be another Duke Nukem Forever. You know, it's going to have been handed off to so many completely disparate and disconnected groups and teams that are putting different touches on it, and not for the better. But VTMB 1, you know, the people behind it, like, were working on it for years and trying to keep it to their baby as hard as they could, especially in like the late 90s to early 2000s. I mean, we're in the middle of a crash now. We're experiencing the industry crashing. All these closures and these layoffs. This is the crash. This is not leading up to a crash. It's too late. There's no, there's no like steering out of the way of an incoming vehicle here. The industry is going to have to just reshape itself very soon. But it was a wild west at that time, especially for computer gaming. Computer PC gaming, not console gaming. It was a completely different world. I mean, you have to understand, a lot of people take for granted now PC gaming and ports and all that. Sure, we still get shitty ports, but we more or less get everything that everybody else does now. But it wasn't until well into the late 2000s that we actually started getting the same game as everyone else. If we even got a game on PC, it was a different game. Especially for like licensed or like, big projects. Spider-Man 2 on PC, you better believe it was from a completely different studio and had nothing to do with the rest of the games. You know, shit like that. Like, they were just different games. That usually sucked or were completely like low budget, nothing, like frauds, like, cashing in on the big name, it would have been something like that. And so getting such a passion project like Vampire the Masquerade, which was, even now, pretty fucking deep, not just in its lore and connection to the world of darkness, especially that generation, because it's, it's something else. It evolves. It's a, pen and paper LARPing, that stuff evolves over time, not just the least because of the writers. But it's like, oh yes, with Silent Hill now, absolutely. I didn't even catch that part. I got a little caught up. I should probably actually drive to the place. What's doing that? I had to clean my controller joysticks. It took all of that hard work and then a lot of luck, and that we still got what is now considered a cult classic masterpiece. Even like barring the fan patches, thank you West 5 for doing all of your hard work for 20 years, unpaid and like just of your own volition. That man is still developing the unofficial patches for Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. and it's just, that's the kind of effort that went into developing the game as well. God, rest in peace Troika. They really did not get the lifespan that they truly deserved as a studio. It's crazy. And as I was saying, LA Noire really feels like that. It's like, despite the kind of wild, convoluted mess we got, knowing that history, it really brings a new appreciation to it, a new level, a new depth of appreciation. It is a very scrappy game. We could call it it's a scrappy. This is a scrappy game. It was the little game that could. Because I remember seeing trailers for this as far back as like 2007, and just being like, whoa, that looks really cool, and then oh my god, I sneezed, I closed my eyes, and I killed a cop. Excuse me. And sure, it's a far cry from the game that we ended up getting, but it was still pretty good. It just sneezed like 3 times. Ow. Your brain is not reset. Yeah, it's funny how the human nervous system works. Jesus, how far did I drive past? I think my car is actually about to break down. Listen to it rattling. It's all knocking.
Jesus, Phelps, you're terrorizing these poor souls.
We got an ad break in 5 minutes for anyone that's relevant to it. Please, I just need to make it there to repair my car. Please, my car, it's hurt. The lack of street pathing on the minimap had me driving around forever too. Like, look at this nonsense. There's too much going on. It's too detailed, and it doesn't actually give you any, like, street info. Like, there's all this shit and buildings on it, like, and you can't zoom in, and there's no big map. It's awful. It's such an awful mini-map. Okay, are we here? Where is it? Hello?
Great. How are we gonna look getting around
Out of the car.
Thing?
Police.
You've got to be kidding. We're driving this?
Where the fuck is it? Are you serious? What is this? What do I fucking do? Hello? How's this gonna look cold? Bang, 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 bang. What actually, what are we fucking... I'm gonna kill myself in game and see if it resets me somewhere reasonable. Hang on. Cause this is stupid. What the fuck is going on? Where is this cab that we're looking for? It's literally right there. There's no cutscene or anything that's like, oh, you made it. Here's the quest objective. What are we doing? Is this an inactive fucking gas station? Did they just turn the pumps off? Come on now. Maybe we're not going fast enough. Oh my god. Bollards.
How are we gonna look getting around?
Alright, let's go around to the side. Maybe we gotta do it from the front.
Get out of the way!
There we go. Try that shit again. Now, you know, like, love and effort into development notwithstanding, I am allowed to make fun of shit when it's stupid or broken. Because frankly, this is still a game that costs money.
Police officer, I need your car.
Address gas station. We went there.
Calm down. Take the next right.
Did you hear that splat? I actually think I burst that guy's head onto the fucking concrete.
That's gonna kill us.
Well, at least we actually get the radio this time. Instead of hearing the game will blow our eardrums out every 5 seconds. Take a slide. Where are you finding stuff like Pepega Slider? You just typing in police? Is that all it is? Wait. Hey.
Gently.
That will be all.
Get out the fucking car. You search police gun. Aw. Good enough. People gun, yes.
I need this car.
Whoa, is someone who reports this?
Especially pertinent. Police steer, yes.
Where'd you learn how to drive?
So apparently there's a huge issue with braking actually being like connected to the frame rate. So this game, you know, as most don't realize, is actually supposed to be locked to 30 frames because of the facial motion capture system. It was only done at 30 frames, so that's kind of like why it looks so melty. But the game also feels like shit when it's capped at 30 frames. So I actually have a frame uncapper. But if you leave it completely uncapped and don't like I have it on VSync, so it's more or less fine. It's just at 75 frames per second. Not that you guys can tell. But it's very silly in that if it is uncapped, some prompts break, and also car braking becomes impossible. Like you brake like 10 times slower, and nobody actually knows why that necessarily is. So driving is already really bad when the game is working properly. Lay that pistol down. Yeah. Pistol packing mama. Yeah, I know. We've all played Fallout. Monka cop. What do I do here? We're at the fucking gas station. Is it closed? Is there something here we're supposed to fucking find? Hello? Is the taxi cab abandoned here? Is that what it is? What? Let me shoot a civilian, please. Just to fucking get my frustration out. Okay. Driver on until you are alerted to the yellow cab's location. It's important that you do not allow your partner driver. You skip the whole cab sequence. You must also get back into the default cop car. Oh, well, we can't do dick then.
I'm out of here.
Are we gonna have to restart this whole dumbass case? Get in.
Oh, this idiot.
Fucking janky, busted ass game. Just kill us. Just kill us already. Come on. Just... Come on. Ram a little harder. Move out of the way, LAPD. Let's try this again, and hopefully, fucking hopefully, we can find a normal car. No, apparently not. Apparently it just gets deleted from the game. What building even is this? What was this? I'm restarting the whole ass case. Fuck that. Oh, and by the way, won't it be really cool? Here's a great challenge. Let's give the players a challenge where they have to chase down a taxi cab. But if they use any car but the one they start with, they can't do it. But also if they have their AI partner drive to the location, they can't do it. But also, the car disappears when you go back to a checkpoint. So you miss it. But the game doesn't tell you that you have to do it with the original car, because that would spoil the secret. But it's not actually a secret, because it gives you a whole checkpoint, and you can't continue until you do it. So fuck you. Fuck this game. Can't skip this shit either.
Good morning, gentlemen, and what a grand morning it is, too. We have just cause for celebration. Galloway and Phelps are sending another fiend to San Quentin. A nice showy trial, and he'll be strapped down with gas seeping into his tiny reptile brain. Now, the fresh business. Galloway and Phelps, the task is at hand. The address is on the hill, north downtown off Fremont Avenue.
Yeah, that too. Is that a Kirby Funko?
Skipper, is the new letter genuine?
Now, boys, we all know how many imbeciles have confessed. No, you sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking moving up to a 45.
I didn't go in there. Legally distinct Kerbo. Yeah, really. But also, the police station requires its own fucking minimap to navigate too. And the camera's gonna suck so bad that you can't actually read any of the signs to figure out where the fuck you have to go. It'll be great! Rockstar just like, ship it. We're $10 billion over budget. Ship it. I don't care.
We keep locking them up, but the bodies keep piling up.
Yeah, California's love affair.
Also, I think it was supposed to have been raining the entire time. And look, all the lighting works now.
First the letter, and now another body. Come on, you can't keep on telling.
Like even like the car headlights weren't working before.
Arrests on your record are giving you a reputation.
Rockstar moment. Of course, there's a rockstar
Getting
moment.
a vicious killer off the streets is more important than my reputation.
Really?
And besides, landing a big fat marlin is more impressive than an ocean full of minnows.
The minnows maketh the man, folks. You can't always hit home run. Sometimes you just gotta make first base.
I think out of all the partners so far, I do probably like Galloway the most. Like he is kind of like bitter, but he's not really hateful. He seems more jaded than anything. Like they do really well with making him come off as like, I cared for a long time and it burned me bad. You know what I mean? Like very, you know, very tropey, but it works. Because you can tell he respects and likes Phelps a lot, like very deeply. Even though he is so by the books, it's kind of just like, listen, man, you know, he's doing what he's got. He really takes every case as seriously as the last one. True. Whoops.
Just go easy, Phelps.
I thought I could make it, man.
Detectives, this looks awfully familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the impression the boys from the Examiner took with them as well.
There's nothing original under the sun. Why should murder be any different?
What do we have so far?
Not much trace evidence to speak of. Storm blew in around 10 last night, and the rain washed over.
Like even Galloway's characterization just being kind of like a dick. It's funny because it's like he always complains like if I murdered my ex-wife for every divorce I'd have, it's like, well, you didn't, and you can make jokes about it because you're not that much. You're not actually a monster. He's definitely like an old school kind of just like prick, but he's, you know, you can still respect him because, you know, it's pretty clear he would never do something monstrous to any of his ex-wives, and he complains about it, but mostly because it's a waste of his time. It's just stupid. He's goofy as fuck. Oh god, it's this horrible gloomy lighting like almost makes the crime scene just look more heinous. It's kind of hard to explain. And it's that she's like clothed and everything too. It's just no stolen ring, no markings. But the exact same rope was used. I can't say. I don't know whether the BD killer did this one too, or not.
There appears to be a dry cleaning label. Superior.
It does honestly seem more like a crime of passion. But it's the stomping. Like, I'm just waiting for the coroner to call later on when I actually get to it and be like, yeah, she was stomped to death. It's like, that's been the thing and that's really fucking like horrifying. Is that all of the women we've come across so far, all the victims?
No drag marks. Killer was moving around, surveying the scene.
They didn't die from like the clubbings or the stabbings or the choking. They died because of being stomped on so fucking hard it broke everything. By these tiny ass little feet too. That's almost humiliating. And then of course the essay, I'm not even gonna go into detailing because that's its own, you know, flavor of horrifying and awful. What's up with the What's that all about?
Detective Phelps, LAPD.
I'm Mrs. Barton, Catherine Barton. I live just across the way.
It's just funny, Doug. Yeah, you know, that's fair. Get us a Cheems. We could always use a Cheems.
Did you see anyone around here last night?
Not last night, but yesterday, early evening, I saw that awful hobo.
That awful hobo. Oh God, let me look at the guide, because I'm not doing this all over again. It's truth. That's it.
Do you have a description?
Tall, gaunt, horribly disfigured. I think he may have had an accident.
Yeah. Oh, I love
He's
Cheems.
a very scary, angry man.
Any idea where we might find him?
One of the hobo camps around here. He's some kind of hobo leader. They all follow him around.
Sounds like a Chad to me.
Ma'am, you've been a big help.
Of course. Anything I can do to help. I'd hate to think.
Oh man, I completely.
Right here and nothing.
The fucking the Frank Stone game, that looks good too. I totally forgot to get onto that from our Dead by Daylight anniversary talk earlier. Yeah, that looks good. I love Supermassive games. I love the games they do. I really like that format, especially for horror, because it's just like, I mean, like, you know, aside from just the general sort of like, oh, let's do the asymmetrical multiplayer horror survival game. How else would a horror game be? Like you know, like a slasher sort of like monster killer. I think they really nail that.
Can you track down reports of hobo
And with their what is it? Hey, Fruitsy, what's up, buddy? Hey, let's give Fruitsy a shout out. Fruitsy Collins is super awesome. Fruitsy is our slime mancer friend who does a ton of awesome Unreal Engine work. A super talented artist and very sweet. Not much. We're just playing some more LA Noire. We had to Scarroll, what's up, buddy? We had to reset the case because a lot of development nonsensory happened. You are most welcome. You are a beloved friend of the channel. Welcome on in. And hey, Scarrow, what's up, buddy? Yeah, we had to restart the case because it bugged out and we got stuck somewhere. But that's alright. And then we were just talking about, you know much about Dead by Daylight? The developers behind that behavior are like...
Where? On the Vic. The last bodies had something written on them. This one didn't.
On kind of like a huge, like,
Can't be the same guy.
I guess, expansion kick.
Before you start trying to link this to Maldonado,
In terms of how far they want to expand the franchise. And Supermassive Games is developing a spin-off game for them called, what was it? It was like The Killings of Frank Stone or the some or other. I can't really Google it right now. I'm driving, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't remember it right now. But it's a game being developed by Supermassive, who did like Until Dawn, and what is it called? The something trilogy or the quadri. The people who did like Man of Medan and like House of Ashes, stuff like that. The casting of Frank Stone, yes. It's the people who did the what is it called? The anthology. Oh my god. What? Please look that up for me. It's gonna be the something anthology, the Dark Pictures anthology. That's right. Yeah. So Behavior, the guys behind Dead by Daylight, are getting the people behind the Dark Pictures anthology to make a spin-off. Jesus, a spin-off game. We absolutely have to, and I'll give you some more info because I don't own them, but I can give you a little private secret. regarding that, and that we can play online together. Where was I? Right. And they're making one. They're making a game set sort of in the universe of Dead by Daylight, because of course it is pretty all-encompassing now, especially with all the license stuff. And I'm really excited because I was just praising. I really like that style of storytelling. It is a great sort of hybrid action-adventure game. And my controller's being funny. Give me a minute. Come on, you. Come on. What is happening? Why did DC? It's all charged. Give me a sec. I'll have to get them in like a bundle or something. Or you know what? I'll probably take the easy way out, and I'll probably throw them up on the throne because I don't really have any money right now. Honestly, I would probably have the money for it right now, but and I mean, you guys don't really need to hear this. So, are you serious right now? What the fuck is going on with the stupid ass dickhead controller? I'm so annoyed. I've had this controller for like 5 years, and sometimes the dongle goes funny. It'll just DC and reconnect. And it's connected, but now it's not. Now I think it's the game. It's just ignoring the input. Let me try alt-tabbing. No, what the fuck is happening? Alright, cool. We're gonna have to force close the dumbass game. I was gonna say, honestly, you guys don't really need the details to this, but for any non-affiliates here, so probably just Scarrow, your income as a Twitch you know, it's not just all slashing all the time. There's no fun in that. You need the tension and the build-up, and that's you know, you have to at least have a compelling reason for that to be slashing in the first place. And, you know, they do it pretty well. And without spoiling anything from any of the games, I do like them all. Yes, and they are a very talented team, and I do think they can bring a lot to Dead by Daylight's sort of vibe and characterization. And from what little they've revealed to us today, I do like that it's going to take place in, what, like 1980 and 1963. Well, you play as the dumb teens that are getting killed in these games. Let me try turning the controller back on, because it's being very silly. What is happening tonight? I'm not playing this game with mouse and keyboard. That's terrible. Whoops, wrong one. Why are you behaving this way? What's happening? Let me plug it into a different USB port. Let's try that. Is it bad that during Until Dawn there are like two characters you can't spare and everyone else is like, I'm so ready for it? No, because they're kind of all like pieces of shit in Until Dawn. Like honestly, like without really getting into the details, because honestly that game is nothing but twists. It's kind of wild. Hey, do we have the PC version yet? Because I remember they announced it. So like remastering it. No, it's just dated 2024. But no, they're all terrible people. What is going on? What is happening? Hang on, let me check my Xbox accessories app. It's not recognizing the controller. So I'm gonna check device manager because if I can avoid restarting the computer unnecessarily, I will. But what is going on? Because it's connecting to the dongle, and the dongle is indeed plugged in, but even the computer's not recognizing it. Yeah, it just says release date planned 2024, and there's been nothing on it. I'm a little surprised. But it's gonna be on the developer that's doing the port because they're the studio that's in charge of like porting all the PS5 and PS4 games to PC. They're behind like Ghost of Tsushima and Helldivers and Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man coming to Steam, which is really interesting. Okay, let's see. It would be under human interface drivers. Yeah, okay. What's happening here? It just is not recognizing my controller anymore. I am going to be right back in that case. So give me a second. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make OBS think it crashed because I'd rather it just keep the stream going. So give me 2 minutes. Be right back. Go away, you stupid ad break. We've got an ad break in 5 minutes. Let's see. Just relaunching the game. Hey, Hamster. What's up, buddy? Let me swap to the in-game. Do that. Yeah, we're just waiting for the game to launch now. Hopefully. I don't know what happened. It really is like the computer's just like refusing to acknowledge the controller's existence. Because now it's fine. Now it's fine. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. It's all good now. Did it do the thing where it was like not like this? Did my gambit pay off, or did it just cut the stream like normal? You gotta tell me. Oh, while I'm at it, let me launch the AutoTube. Oh, thank God. Okay, so yeah. So I force closed OBS with Task Manager because the plan was to make the stream just think it lost connection. Whereas if I close it normally, it sends the message like it's like, hey, we're done. You can wrap it up. Whereas if you cut it off like it crashed, then it thinks you're still going and gives you the requisite 30 seconds or so to reconnect. So it did pay off, and that way our stream was uninterrupted, that is to say. It all worked out. Now we've got the AutoTube running. Okay. Now we can continue this cursed-ass game. Hacks, I mean, yeah, pretty much. You pick up a thing or two when you obsess. Nice. You pick up a thing or two when you obsess over learning OBS inside out like I have.
Change back into those white bucks now.
There we go.
Please. Phelps and Galloway.
You wrote the number down on that dress, is it there?
No, but I'm sure I could remember it if I see it. It was the green silk dress. There it is.
Mrs. T. Terrellson, 43 Emerald Street, Westlake.
Bard. So how is everybody tonight? Welcome on in. It's good to see y'all rolling in. I hope everybody's having a nice night. Nice. I still need to add more sounds to the random one because it, you know.
I've got a feeling we're
trying to get the same one.
You've always got that feeling, Rusty.
Yeah, and it's usually correct.
Whoa!
Please, for once, can you not let your assumptions color your detective work?
Just you wait.
Hang on, I gotta check to make sure it didn't do that thing. It did not do that thing. Also, this game only goes up to anisotropic filtering 4, which is like the minimum that anything does. And I hate it because it makes the textures look all like muddy. Alright, let's do this thing.
Hello? Yes?
Detectives Phelps and Galloway. Is your wife home, sir?
My wife went out last night and she hasn't come home.
Okay. I'm gonna actually have to take a bit of a break real quick. Let me throw in some YouTube for you guys. Without getting too into detail, some of you may already know I do have chronic gastro issues. So you'll have to yes, tummy ache essentially. Give me just a moment so I can throw something on for you. Sorry, I know we just got back, but it won't be long at all. Oh gosh, what there we go. We'll go to Dungeon Dad. We already watched that. We'll watch the video, the Dungeon Dad video on the Booby Ghost. That's what we'll do. Yeah. Booby Ghost.
Do you think is the oldest living
Sorry, y'all.
creature in the many worlds of Dungeons and Dragons? Some kind of weird
Thank you,
tentacle
my
beast, an
ever
ancient
intrepid
six-armed
mod. Okay,
entity,
I'll be back in a bit.
attained divinity, or one of the major gods, perhaps? All strong theories, to be sure. But what if I told you it was a lady in a special sheet? Hello and welcome to Monster of the Week, the only show on the internet that knows, for a fact, hiding under the covers will not save you. This episode is going to be kind of a weird one for a few reasons. For one, it's going to get into some extremely deep and esoteric D&D lore that I will do my best to explain, so be ready for that. And secondly, our monster this week is a specific entity named Pale Knight. If you're a first-time viewer, that might not seem that weird, but trust me, it is. I typically tend to focus my content on more of a broad type of monster than individual characters from D&D's history. For example, I made a video about the horrible nightmare fiesta that is the Adobe, not a specific Adobe named Jimmy Longarms. And the reason I do this is because I want my 5th edition monster conversions to be as useful to as many people as possible, and due to the fact that any specific named character is naturally going to be relevant to a smaller percentage of you guys watching, I've stayed away from videos like this in the past. So, why am I now suddenly changing this policy? Well, the short answer is money. Because of all the support you guys show me on Patreon, I'm now able to afford to pay artists to make even more pieces of original art, and I'm able to pay some editors to help me with these massive, extremely long videos. They just keep getting longer and longer, and honestly, I don't know how to stop that. And to address the usability part of my no specific characters clause that I've upheld for so many years, I've come up with a compromise that I think we can all agree with. Today, I'm not going to be talking about Pale Knight alone. I'm also going to introduce a brand new demonic creature complete with original art and stats from yours truly that can act as a minion of Pale Knight or be a standalone monster that anyone can add to their campaign completely separate from the Mother of Demons. But we'll get to that in due time. First, I've got to give a massive shout out to the other source of support that helps me get these nifty monsters drawn up, and that is this week's sponsor, the Field Guide to Floral Dragons. The Field Guide to Floral Dragons is an incredibly unique RPG monster book. This bestiary is over 200 pages and each one of them is packed with beautiful illustrations. I'm not exaggerating when I say there's something awesome to look at on literally every page. Within, there are 26 different floral dragons, as well as various pests, pollinators, and fungi creatures who occupy their world, all with complete 5e game stats. Hit Point Press was kind enough to send me an advanced copy of this thing a few weeks ago, and I gotta say, after checking it out for myself, it feels like this book was specifically made for me. Each dragon within the book is not simply a paragraph of text, a stat block, and some cool artwork, but rather for every creature, there are multiple pages of lore, ecology, and details about their relations with other creatures. There's also tables for determining your dragon's personality and motivation, as well as magic items, quest hooks, and of course, information about their lair. Reading through this book brought me right back to the monster manuals of old that weren't afraid to spend a few pages really fleshing out the fine points of each individual monster, and it probably won't come as a surprise that I love that stuff. It's literally what my entire channel is about. Each dragon entry also has little field notes included in the margins that are written by a team of adventurers who sought to discover all they could about floral dragons. And these notes aren't just extra flavor, but they also string together a narrative about the dragons and the impending threat they face at the hands of a necrotic fungus. And each of the 4 adventurers has a specific font and writing style, so you always know who wrote what, and they've all got little personalities. It's just cool. I highly encourage you to hop on over to their Kickstarter and check out the book for yourself. It got funded in like 4 hours, so it's definitely getting made, and I know I can't wait to introduce some of these flowery, draconic beings to my table. But now that we've talked about the natural world and the mysterious botanical wonders that lie within, at the risk of giving you tonal whiplash, prepare yourself for a journey to the 600th layer of the abyss. The infinite layers of the Abyss are home to countless horrors the likes of which have never been seen by the vast majority of mortals. It is a plane completely devoid of order and reason, with every layer being more unhinged than the last. Whether it actually is infinite or not is also a topic of debate among scholars due to the fact that many of the deeper layers are so inhospitable that even divine beings can't make their way to whatever might be next. Now, I'm not going to go over the entirety of the lore and every scrap of information pertaining to the Abyss itself, because that would take literally hours. And what makes this even worse to explain is that more than virtually every other plane of existence in D&D cosmology, the Abyss has had a major change to its lore between every edition of the game, which is honestly kind of fitting given that it's the ultimate plane of chaos and evil. But what you do need to know for the purposes of this video is that the creatures who live within the Abyss are typically demons who, in stark contrast to their lawful evil devils next door in the Nine Hells, live a chaotic evil lifestyle where anarchy reigns and the only law is the law of strength. The strong dominate the weak, but only until something stronger comes along to dominate them in turn. And demons themselves are a perfect encapsulation of this idea. Each demon is born as a lowly soul trapped within the Abyss and is often simply just eaten by a more powerful demon. By combination of consuming the weak and absorbing the energies of the Abyss itself, demons grow in power. So if a lowly demon spawn is fortunate enough to survive, grow, and consume, it can transform into an increasingly greater and more powerful demonic form. Those who thrive within the Abyss eventually grow into wholly unique forms known as demon lords. You've probably heard the names of a few famous demon lords such as Orcus and Demogorgon, but there are literally over 30 named demon lords that we know of, and theoretically countless others that we don't. And of course our subject today, Pale Knight, is one of those named demon lords. What's specifically interesting to me about demon lords just as a concept is that while each one is a being of tremendous power capable of incredible feats that rival the gods themselves, they are decidedly not gods, just very, very, very powerful monsters. So theoretically, any of them could be killed. In fact, the death of a demon lord is something that's transpired many times within the Abyss, often at the hands of another demon lord seeking to claim their territory. And while the Abyss itself is just chaos incarnate, any amount of organization that does take place there is usually at the behest of the demon lords and their whims. And I'm not talking like founding cities and passing laws before a senate, I'm talking corralling a bunch of monstrous demons together to form an army. In the blood war fought between demons and devils, it's the demon lords who rally their kind into those armies, making them sort of like generals in a cosmic conflict. But that's an entirely different story for a different video I'm currently working on. Our focus today is on the one and only Pale Knight, because she's just a truly bizarre individual. Pale Knight appears as the silhouette of a beautiful woman wrapped in a pure white sheet. She floats through the air with an almost ethereal quality and speaks in a voice that sounds like a barely audible whisper. And she's an Oberith. If that means literally nothing to you, I encourage you to check out my other video on the Death Drinker, wherein I went over all the different types of demons and why 5th edition doesn't include those types within their current lore. But essentially what that means is she belongs to a race of demons that were among the first entities to occupy the multiverse. The Oberith are so ancient that by the time the first mortal being drew breath, the youngest Oberith had already seen over 10,000 years go by. Some scholars even believe that the Oberith predate the gods, which puts them in the same bracket of existence as the Aboleth. But what's really interesting is that Pale Knight has been alive for so long, she is considered ancient even by other Oberith. Nobody knows precisely how old she is, but based on that alone, it puts her in contention for the spot of oldest living entity within the multiverse. It's believed that she may have even been alive within the Abyss before the Abyss became part of the multiverse. And that is absolutely wild when you start to consider all the ramifications of that statement if it is indeed true, but we're gonna stick a pin in that for a sec. First, I need to talk about the sheet. Like, why is this unfathomably ancient evil dressed in garb that conjures images of Charlie Brown going trick-or-treating? Well, it turns out that despite what you might guess her form would be based on the shape of her body, the true form of Pale Knight is something so unimaginably horrible that it is rejected by reality itself. The very fabric of the multiverse and its greater nature simply denies that she should be allowed to exist within it. So when she first appeared in the multiverse as we know it, the laws of reality created her shroud in order to compensate for something so contradictory. And this really intrigues me because it's not only just implied but directly stated otherwise that Pale Knight has no control over the shroud that surrounds her body. It operates completely independent of her wishes and seems to have a mind of its own. And that's probably for the best, because if you were to look upon her true form, the results are not great. The best case scenario is that your brain simply doesn't process what it's seeing and you have no memory of what she looks like. Worst case scenario, you just straight up die. Silver lining here though, now anytime I'm feeling self-conscious about my appearance, I can at least take solace in the fact that looking at me doesn't literally kill anybody. Like all other legendary creatures, Pale Knight of course has several names and monikers that have been assigned to her throughout the years. Names like the White Lady or Queen of the Night are pretty self-explanatory, but the one name that does require a bit of explaining is her title as Mother of Demons. In days gone by, when the Obrith ruled over the Abyss uncontested, they had a bit of a cheeky idea. That idea being, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we just spilled forth from the Abyss and destroyed everything in our path until the entire multiverse was nothing but a world of madness and sorrow? So, they tried to do that, and they were pretty successful. That was until a bunch of Celestials got together and said, hey, maybe we should kill those guys. Specifically, it was an army formed and led by the Celestial Eladrin that spearheaded the attack against the Obrith, and they were successful in defending the multiverse from the demonic invasion. They then started to assault the Obrith fortresses within the Abyss itself, beating them back and hunting them to near extinction. However, before the war was completely over, Pale Knight hatched a scheme born entirely of revenge. The specific details aren't given here, but essentially, Pale Knight met with the royal consort of the Eladrin Court of Stars, a man named Askadel. She came to him with talks of a pact that would be magically enforced, promising that this would ensure the protection of the Eladrin children who lived within their empire. But like any savvy adventurer will tell you, you should always read the fine print of a devil's contract, and you should never make deals with a demon. Literally ever. It's never worked out for one person in the history of people making deals with demons. So Pale Knight obviously tricked him into a blasphemous agreement, the results of which were an entire generation of Eladrin children being transported into a layer of the Abyss known as Andralin. There, she and her Obrith allies intended to take their sweet revenge on these children by hunting them mercilessly at their leisure until all had been devoured by demons. And like, that's super messed up and bad, but it gets worse. She intended to exact this revenge over a period of time in the thousands of years. The pact prevented these children from aging, so they would be trapped in a hell of her creation until she finally decided it was time to kill them off, which is maybe one of the most evil things I have ever heard of a creature doing in D&D's history. Now fortunately, a massive host of celestial creatures invaded the abyssal layer of Andralin, and they fought relentlessly to protect these children. But as part of this magical pact, the children were also not able to leave the abyss. So now, there's a celestial stronghold led by Eladrin forces in this place that operates as an isolated beachhead for a war against the demons, all to protect these children who were stolen by Pale Knight. However, an unforeseen consequence of this whole situation is that due to the fact these Celestials have been living and operating within the Abyss for so long, that layer of the Abyss has started to turn into a lush green paradise. And that is really interesting to me as a D&D lore nerd because it heavily implies that the Abyss itself isn't necessarily evil, it simply adapts and reforms its energy to accommodate the people.
I'm back.
But again, I'm working on another video. The ramifications of that.
We'll get to the end of this chapter because this is we'll watch the rest of this some other time. This is awesome. Thank you. I was gonna say it actually reminds me very much of a lot of in between realms, especially a lot of stuff like in and around, I guess, like Sigil from Planescape, and that because it is a realm of doors to other realms essentially. It is very susceptible to being basically pooled. There's a lot of like regions in Planescape that literally exist on a sort of borderland realm, and if the overall alignment of the denizens becomes too strong in one direction, they will actually just be ripped into a neighboring realm. For example, if a town becomes, like too chaotic evil, it'll just be pulled into like hell, or too, neutral, or neutral overall, not necessarily that everybody's neutral, but it's balanced out. It'll stay where it is, or too good, it'll be pulled into like Elysium. It's really cool. Um, and so that is a really neat concept that I never thought about for these planes.
It makes Androlin a really interesting location.
That's cool.
Because it's now become something almost akin to the Eldrin's home plane, but of course with the exception of the dark mountains in the distance. These mountains are the only area that still retain their original demonic influence. Specifically, the peak of the largest mountain, called Mother's Mountain, which is a gateway to Pale Knight's true domain, the Citadel of Bone. But let's stick another pin in that for a second. The reason she's often referred to as the Mother of Demons is because in some tellings of her legend, after this massive war which resulted in the vast majority of Obriths being put to the sword, Pale Knight began to create new demonic life in the form of the Tanari. The Tanari are the caste of demons that make up the vast majority of the Abyss as it currently is. Among the first new demons she created, several went on to become powerful demon lords in their own right. And one of those individuals was so successful he wound up as the master of an entire lair, the demon lord of pleasure, Grazd. Grazd and Pale Knight have a complex relationship, to put it lightly. They don't really speak much, but it is heavily implied that she sometimes uses his position of power to kind of serve her own ends, and once in a while he might call upon her for a favor in a very roundabout sort of way. And that's really interesting if you're in the know about abyssal politics. Now I recognize I just threw a ton of information at you, so let's take a moment to just breathe. Get some water, top up your snacks, and when you return, we'll take a step through that portal in Mother's Mountain to see just exactly where Pale Knight lives. That's enough breathing. We gotta talk about demons more.
We'll get back to that later. Maybe towards the end of the stream. So we got some Lenoiring to do and all that. And please control it. Don't break again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Sorry, when nature calls, you can't ignore its call. Otherwise, it can end up very messy. But also, I do have health issues related to that, so I really have to.
What she was wearing.
I do have to go with that.
Place, Bobby Ross's for a
So I appreciate your patience.
She was kind of dolled up. She had her green silk dress, open-toed white shoes. Those are her favorite shoes.
Can we come in, Mr. Tarleton? I'm afraid we have some rather bad news. Do you have someone who can look after your children, Mr. Tarleton?
I've been trying to arrange a sitter. Look, tell me what's happened.
I'm afraid your wife was murdered last night. Her body was found this morning. We're very sorry for your loss. I know this is a difficult time, Mr. Tarleton, but we are going to need you to answer some questions. First, we're going to take a look around.
What for? You don't think
It's
that...
procedure. You see to your girls.
Stay here till Daddy's finished talking to these men.
Where's Mommy?
Everything's gonna be all right, sweetie.
Lars and his daughters, Kerbo and Boydling.
What's the problem, Tarleton? Let him search. You got nothing to hide. You want to hear something funny, Tarleton? Some bums think filling out a missing persons report actually rules them out as a suspect.
Inconsequential. Okay, the matchbook and photo I vaguely remember.
To check if she was a regular. I wonder why the picture was turned down. If you'd excuse me, ladies.
I remember the dripping noise actually drove me insane last time. And I was like, where the fuck is that coming from? And it took forever to realize it was coming from here. 'Cause I'm silly.
I'll be out of your way momentarily, ladies.
This note anything? No, it wasn't. So we've got the matchbook. Wait, was that the handbag? 'Cause there was like 2 handbags. Was this the one? Hang on. The white jacket, and then there were muddy boots somewhere around here.
Baron's bar again. Someone must be
Excuse me.
on this dive.
Let's see. I do remember there was the rope on the boat.
Looks like a match with the ligature marks.
Okay, the muddy boots. Size 8.
We can see if Pinker can match the impression to the crime scene.
Maybe something else. Oh.
So she went out without her handbag? She'd have to be in quite a state to leave this behind. At least she was spared that particular indignity.
Oh man, I missed that lipstick tube last time I did this. Wow. Maybe that's why she was still like clothed and everything. I think that's everything.
For the record, Mr. Terrellson, what is your wife's name?
Teresa.
Do you have any idea why anyone would want to hurt your wife?
No. Everyone loved Teresa. She was so full of life. It can't be anyone who knew her.
I think you're lying, Lars. I think you were mad at your wife for embarrassing you in front of your friends. I think you came back here and strangled her and then dumped her body on the hill.
You think I strangled my wife? How do you expect to prove that?
Your wife was strangled with triple braid rope. The bow line from your boat is a perfect match.
Look, I know this looks bad. I'm gonna have to come to terms with the fact that I let her go.
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's place?
That's right, Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
You let your drunk wife leave the party and go off on her own?
Look, I was angry. I was having a good time. She has to go and ruin it. We always have to do what she wants to do. Last night she wanted to go dancing.
Any idea where?
Where she always goes. A bar down on North Beaudry Avenue. Baron's bar. She goes there, drinks too much, gets maudlin, and calls me. I go and bring her home.
Mr. Terrellson, was Teresa happy at home?
Yeah, I think she was.
Spill it, Terrellson. We like the look of it, so you better give us something.
We're at the party. She has a few and says she wants to go out dancing. We only have the sitter until 9. I get mad. I tell her to go ahead, but I'm staying. She storms out. Look, I'm doing well at cards. I hardly ever do well. I married her because she was so much fun, but now she drives me fucking crazy.
Fucking crazy.
What time did she leave the party?
About 8:30, maybe a little earlier.
When was the last time you saw your wife?
Around 8:30. The card game at Bobby's was wrapping up. I played all my hand and drove home here. I paid the sitter and went to bed.
You're lying, Lars. You didn't come straight.
Got an ad break in 5 minutes, everybody.
Figure that.
Your fucking jacket's wet, you rotten piece of shit.
You were out in the rain. You got soaked, Lars. We found your wet weather gear.
It was raining like 10 minutes ago in Universe, too. So, like, what the hell?
Brunette was hitting on me. Teresa noticed. I was half cut. I walked her home from Bobby's, but nothing happened. I walked back and got the car this morning.
Thanks for answering that.
But what doesn't make any sense is it was raining like 10 minutes ago, and if this happened like in the morning, the day before, why is his jacket still fucking wet? What's the, I don't, what? Huh?
Be given into them your entire life. We could break the husband.
And the muddy boots could have been like literally like 10 minutes old.
Uniforms dispatched to check out his alibi.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right, we gotta call her now, hang on.
Operator, give me dispatch.
You don't make any sense.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
Yeah, I wish it would let me.
Can you run an address for a Bobby Ross? Then send some uniforms over.
Would you like him picked up?
No. Suspect says he was with Ross last night. We need to confirm the alibi.
I'll get a prowl car dispatched.
Thank you.
Alright, let's get the hell out of here. Now we go to Baron's. Baron's.
Believe this guy's story?
Kind of rings true.
That wasn't my fault. The game like immediately started me out failing. Jesus Christ. What the hell was that about? Oh my god, you know what I have a sudden hankering for? God, I really want like a burger and a shake from Cookout now. Fuck.
There's people there!
It's like a real greasy bastard. That's just, oh god. Like a large order of fries. Man.
Five-star goddamn wedding.
Gents, drink.
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD.
Phelps and Galloway, robots.
About Teresa Terrellson?
Yes, it is.
I heard about it on the radio. They're saying it was that Black Dahlia freak again? God damn it. You know, I rang that husband of hers. The babysitter said he was out.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions. What time did Teresa leave?
Around 10:30, I think.
On foot? In a car? By bus? How was it?
She called for a cab.
Did you get the number?
Sure I did. I like Teresa. The only time she has a drink is when things aren't going so good at home. I was worried about her.
When the hell's the food gonna arrive already?
What is the special of the day?
Put out an APB on the cab. 3591. Should be traceable.
I love these waitresses. Everyone's a doll.
Who was she with? We've had reports about a tall, gaunt-looking hobo. He wasn't here last night?
I get plenty of homes in here, but nothing to fit that description.
The likelihood is that whoever she left here with killed her. Give it up, Benny.
All right, two creeps were all over her, promising to...
One of them is right over there. Turns around and points at him.
I got a good look. One of them was a sailor in uniform. His cap said, USS Indiana.
And the other man?
The other guy?
Dick Bates.
Richard Bates. He's sitting in the back right now. Red polo shirt.
Any idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
The husband said she wanted to go dancing.
Ad starts in 1 second. See you guys in a minute.
She was trying to talk some guys into taking her to one of the dance halls.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Bluff. We'll take it from here.
Hey, no problem.
Hey, no problem.
Can't let the son of a bitch get away. Go, Phelps, get after him. Come on, gotta ride. Get in and drive. I thought you were gonna leave me there.
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands.
Oh, fuck. No.
Come on, Phelps, you're letting this lust get away from you.
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some reason, they're sticklers for routine.
Okay, fuck me, I guess.
To drive. Oh, God! Your license should be revoked.
I was gonna say end. He's gone. It's literally not even on the map. Let's try this shit again.
Damn it, get after him, Cole. I thought you were gonna leave me there.
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands.
Okay, cool.
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some reason, they're sticklers for routine. He's showing you how it's done. Phelps, you gotta get me closer. Let's end this farce. Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires. Hit him, Cole. Spin him out. Now is not the time to play around, Phelps.
Oh god, I gotta sneeze so bad. Welcome back for the ad break, everybody. Sorry about that.
Clean this asshole off the road. All right, you got me. I've had enough.
Give it up, LAPD. Okay, Bates. Last night, you went drinking with a lady in the bar. Now she's dead, and your face is all messed up.
I'm in the clear on that. She preferred a sailor. You could lay it off on him. Are we finished?
Do you want my partner to sap you?
Yeah, get his ass.
She was okay. Drunk. Pissed off at her old man, wanting to go dancing. I thought I'd ply her with a few drinks and get my end away. Looks like your Salty had the same idea.
So what happened when you left the bar?
The punch emote.
After that, I don't know.
You've done time, haven't you, Richard? Is that why you ran?
I'm on parole.
On what offense?
Sexual assault. Look, I was lying there on the sidewalk. He flags a cab and jumps in with the broad.
We're taking you in, Bates.
How come?
Just for a chat. Nice private chat. I'll explain my theory of once a degenerate, always a degenerate.
Yeah.
Take him to Central. He's a material witness in a murder case. Find him a cozy cell.
Richard here knows the drill.
It's game while around the corner. Oh, it's just a phone.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an APB out on a yellow cab, number 3591. Ask dispatch to relay all sightings to car 11K.
No problem. I'll get on the radio.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity of Barron's Bar on North Beaudry Avenue? We're tracking a sailor who was involved in a fight outside the bar.
I can check the reports, Detective. I have a message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case.
Okay, okay.
Jessup is currently being detained at
We're all caught up now. Hopefully it'll work this time.
Thanks.
Can I get in my car? Hello?
You drive.
Oh, okay.
Let's go over the case notes.
Fine. Where are we headed?
No, no, don't. You don't drive. Let me get in my fucking car. Please, game. What are you doing? There we go.
Car 11K, we have a response on your APB regarding yellow cab number 3591. The vehicle has been identified at a gas station. Now heading west on 7th Street.
Alright.
Garage on 7th Street. Let's hit.
Oh, fuck off.
Cab driver might tie this whole thing together.
I hope you're right.
Why don't you flag the cab driver down? Like, you're a cop. Get out and say, hey, get the stop. I need to talk to you. Not go find him. Good luck. It's the year 1928. And cars don't have license plates. And we don't have maps either.
11K, yellow cab number 3591, sighted at the corner of Wilshire and Whitmer. Repeat, Wilshire and Whitmer, 11K.
Whitmer.
Where's that cab got to now?
$11K, further on your APB on yellow cab number 3591. Vehicle identified at Reggie's Cafe, heading north on Whitmer. KGPL clear.
Whitmer. There he is. Get him.
LAPD, we're investigating a murder.
What's that got to do with me?
The fare you picked up from Barron's Bar last night. What was the woman wearing?
It was a green dress.
That's the one. Knock his ass out, Galloway.
Tell me about it.
She was with this sailor, and he was all over.
Shoot him, Galloway.
She wasn't having any of it. Said she just wanted to dance, but he had that look in his eye.
Where did you drop them off?
It's at the Crystal Ballroom.
Crystal Ballroom.
After midnight. 12:30? Something like that.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
Cool.
Well, that's gonna ruin my day.
Aw, sorry, pal. That's rough. Alright, we should probably head to Central.
Gasoline and Alico brand automotive oil at your local Alico service station.
Do as much as with your face as possible. I mean, you know, it's... I guess to be fair, in their defense, it is necessary for that kind of activity. Cool. Hooray, we're back at Central.
That's the guy from the papers. Solve that big case.
Solve this big case, dickhead.
What's your beef with this guy, Phelps?
Got everybody but the guy I want to knock over. I knocked off Galloway's hat.
Leave him be.
Hang on. I'll leave him alone when I knock his ass over.
I want to make homicide.
What's your beef with this guy, Phelps?
Fine.
See him? I saw his picture in the paper.
He's in an interview too.
Okay, cool. So he's right here.
What do you make of him? Sailor on furlough who looks like he's in trouble and knows it.
Knows it. My beef is that he's standing up. That's yeah, that's kind of exactly what it was. My beef is that he's not falling on his ass. Right, wait, interview 2's over here.
Why is the word abbreviation
Detectives
so long?
Phelps and Galloway. We know why you're here, Jessup, so it would be best if you answered our questions truthfully.
I don't want any trouble. That's why I'm here. I heard on the radio about this lady getting killed. I got leave from my CO to come down straight away.
So why did you kill her?
I didn't kill anyone. Look, you need to believe me.
Let's start at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You went to Barron's Bar. What time did you arrive?
I got a 24-hour pass. I got there around 7.
That's where you met Teresa Terrellson?
Sure. We had a couple of drinks.
Nope.
So you tried to make a woman who was incredibly drunk?
Look, I'm not proud of myself, but I never hurt her.
You took her dancing?
That's right. Caught a cab to the Crystal Ballroom.
That lines up.
You had a fist fight with Richard Bates over Mrs. Terrellson.
You met the guy? He's a creep.
Yeah, he is. You're right.
You should take a look at him for this.
We did.
He's pointing the finger directly at you, Jessup.
I only had one night before I was back in the tub. He had all the time in the world to look for some action. I belted him. I'd do it again. She was better off with me.
Sure. You're a shining example of chivalry, Jessup. Where did you go after the Crystal Ballroom?
It's not looking good for this guy.
Gone out of her sales by then. She
Keeps lying to me.
I caught a bus back to the base.
No, the fuck you didn't. Dick Bait and a seaman. It is that kind of game. So far.
Tell us what really happened at the Crystal Ballroom.
I'd had enough. She was all upset about her husband bawling about her kids. She looked old. Left around closing, maybe 1:30.
Yeah, you missed Dick Coombs.
Fell asleep on my shoulder.
Which bus?
An All-American, 249. I went past her place. She jumped off, and I stayed on it downtown. After that, I caught another bus to San Pedro. The Indiana's down there. She's being scrapped.
And that was the last you saw of Teresa.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't say much. I think she was kind of embarrassed.
The cab driver said that you were getting pretty familiar with Teresa.
It's not how I'd put it.
Shut your lying ass
The
up.
last thing you wanted was her playing hard to get. Did that make you mad, sailor?
Yeah, it did. She knew what a guy's looking for. All broads do. Dancing comes second.
And what happened at the Crystal Ballroom?
Nothing. Not even a little hand relief. She had another couple of drinks. There was no fun left in her. Just poured her guts out to some bartender.
We're holding you till we can clear this with the driver.
Yeah, my CO said as much.
Fuck you.
Can you put the guy in 2 in a cell and inform the commander?
Sure, detective.
Appreciate it, officer. And, you know, rough him up a little. For me.
Disfigured hobo on Brand between Temple and Sunset. And it looks like the Beau has a record, too. He's wanted in
The
connection
Beau.
with 2 female assaults.
Thanks.
What now? Drive all the way
It's
to San Pedro?
hobo is only 4 letters. Why'd you need to shorten hobo, dude? This is in Australia.
Let's see if the bus story checks out.
There's a depot at 1660 Beverly Boulevard.
Oh, we're getting the weird, creepy, dreamy music. I think we're on to something here.
Need a drink. I got the jitters again.
Oh, sister, I was so tight I couldn't walk. I'm busy now. Can I ignore you some other time?
I say we bust in there.
Yeah, he's in it for the fringe benefits of beating up suspects. Alright, let's see. So are we going to the camp yet? I think we're going to the camp. Nope. We're going to the bus
Three
depot.
suspects in the can and one on the hoof. And still no hard evidence on any of them.
KGPL to car 11K. 11K, come in.
Dude, that's exactly what it is. It's a fucking Twin Peaks vibe.
Patrolman reporting that Bobby Ross's car game is breaking up at midnight.
11K, roger that. Plenty of time to get downtown, Cole.
It's possible. Have them bring him in.
KGPL, could we have Lars Terrelson picked up?
11K, roger.
Because I was thinking it reminds me of specifically the weird theme song from Deadly Premonition, which is just Twin Peaks the video game. Alright, let's get there. Dick. Oops. We can make it. I think if we make it on foot, it won't reset our car, or it won't give us a generic one. So if we just run there, it'll fix it when we get to the cutscene. Oh wait, maybe I can make him drive there. Hang on. If it even lets me back in, I think that'll work.
I'm out of here.
Can you drive to this?
Yeah. We get there in like 12 hours. What? It was fine. Also, oh my god, this is supposed to be 2:20 p.m. This is like 4 in the morning. Wow. The gloomiest day in Los Angeles history. Yeah, that was unexpected. I was like, wait a minute. Like, look at that. Like, that's what I was saying when they were talking about like 8:30 in the morning. I was like, that was like 12 hours ago, dog. What do you mean? Nope, it was like 4. Maybe 6.
And thank you, ma'am. You have a safe trip now. Where are you boys headed today?
LAPD. We're after the driver of All-American 249. Would have been around midnight onwards last night.
Just a minute. Frank Zeffirelli. He's your man.
Where can we find him?
Frank is out on the 7-4.
Can you tell us the route?
Hang on. I should have it mapped out here somewhere.
You wait. 5 years from now,
4.
all our jobs will be done by robots.
Right.
The heck? I survived the war for
Union.
this.
I need to run the loop.
Okay, so we're gonna have to run that to catch up to it.
Did you read about the woman?
No,
who
we're not gonna
stabbed
drive
her
the whole
husband and
thing,
pushed
are
him
we?
in front of the car?
No, I think if we go in reverse, should be fine.
Poor guy must be going crazy.
Yeah, let me check something. Hang on. Can we talk to her more?
Must have escaped from the loony bin.
I must have escaped from the loony bin.
I don't think
Whoops.
But what's
thousands of others.
Sister, I was
Is that
so
it?
tight I couldn't walk.
Alright, I guess we gotta just drive there.
I swear.
Oh, it highlights the route. Okay. That's nice. And look, our car's fine. I really did not expect that to work. Oh, no, it's not fine. It's not fine at all. It usually...
American 7-4, let's go get him.
It usually gets repaired. Uh-oh. It can reverse faster than it can go forward. Slightly. Yeah, I used up the budget. Oh man, that sucks. Well, I don't think we have any more, I don't think we have any more whatchamacallits. They're gonna really require us to, use the original anymore. I think it was just finding the taxi cab because of the game well.
As much as a scratch.
You're a reckless, bad person.
Get in, Galloway. Oh yeah, in the meantime, let me actually, got me in the mood for it, hang on. So I kind of have to, yeah. There we go.
This could be a long trip, Cole.
Or it could be a short one.
And here's me without my hip flask and only a pain in the ass for company.
Way to kick off the drive in high spirits, Rusty.
Hey again, Scarrel. What's up, buddy? How you doing this morning?
You know what your problem is? You don't like hard work. This kind of rigorous search is what police work is all about. Discipline.
Hang on.
Phelps, you're just as bored as I am.
Grinding Strath home? Yeah, buddy. I'm glad you're doing well. Let me turn this up a little bit, actually. Hang on. Police work is about suddenly punching a suspect. I mean, that's kind of what we've been doing the whole game. If it's not punching, it's shooting them, so... I mean, you know... Is it really all that different? Argent Dawn Rep to Revered. Oof, good luck, buddy.
Step out of the vehicle. I've got an urgent call.
Damn, buddy. Good luck.
Nope, still no sign of it.
Thanks.
Goes off, Rusty? I think you slept through my solving the case.
Yeah, very funny. You just give me a nudge if you see him, right?
How about you nudge me?
I think that's a job for your wife, Phelps.
Oh, Rusty.
Oh, he's calling him Rusty now. That's cute. He doesn't call him Gallo anymore. We're getting the suit burns better. Oh, this sucks. We're literally following a bus route. Oh my god, this sucks. Come on. Where the hell is it?
How long is this bus route?
It actually covers an area around the size of Central Division.
The probability is we'll find it about halfway around.
Bad luck says we'll be chasing it all night.
No, I think we'll get there a lot sooner. Call it a hunch. So how y'all doing tonight? Oh, we got an ad break in 5 minutes, everyone.
This is starting to grate a little.
Yeah?
Dogged police work, you know?
They went out the window about 2 blocks ago.
This is great.
Cole Phelps, I'll grow to love.
Don't count.
Gonna finish up a task set and take a shower. Ooh, sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a good idea. Whoops. God, this is stupid. When your own fucking writers are told, the player is now 20 minutes into a 2-hour search for a city bus. Have Phelps and Galloway say funny comments, like make them quip about how long it's taking. I think maybe you should have a shorter mission at that point, because it just feels like padding now.
I don't know, you should have gone around the other way. We would have run into the bus by now if you'd gone the other way.
How was I to know that at the time?
A good detective depends on his gut, and yours has just been found wanting.
Well, your gut clearly wants for nothing, Rusty. Though from the look of it, its main request is beer.
Beer and convictions, Phelps. Beer and convictions.
I don't know, self-aware writing does not always fix bad writing, and it certainly doesn't fix bad game design. Because this is definitely a shortcoming here. Hang on, let me see something. Oh yeah, we want the moody one. I think that's it. Whoops.
I think the power's gone to your head, Phelps. Whoa, if someone reports this... Jesus, Phelps, you're terrorizing these poor slobs.
Well, we're in somebody else's police car. Yeah, we were actually talking about that not long before you got in earlier. The game was meant to be, like, significantly bigger.
LAPD, we're investigating a murder. You had a sailor and a woman in a green dress on your bus late last night?
That's correct.
And the woman got off first, around 2 a.m.?
Yeah, that's right. And the sailor stayed on all the way to downtown.
Can you tell us where you let the woman off?
On California Street. To tell you the truth, she looked a little lost, like she got off on the wrong stop or something. I didn't like dropping her off near that hobo camp.
You've been a big help, Mr. Zeffirelli.
They found her. They found her, Phelps. Wrapped in plastic.
Left her by the hobo camp.
I had to. The fucking crescendo of Laura's theme. Cue everybody crying in absolute despair and agony. Oh, now we're going to the hobo camp.
I think we ought to investigate the hobo lead.
Now, if you think we ought to, I guess we ought.
Having that conversation in the middle of traffic is very funny if you take the cinematic feel diagram seriously. Yeah, that sounded like it was supposed to be like really bad. Like,
sorry,
he did that. That was his fault.
the greatest driver in the world.
All right, that's pretty good. Yeah, it was like really grim. Like I don't know. Did something happen to her? But it was like right in the middle, blocking traffic. This game has some like mood whiplash. Still a good game, but yeah. We were talking earlier about how the game was supposed to be like a lot more than it ended up being. He's got the shotgun. I mean, fuck it, we'll need two. Where's mine?
LAPD. We'd like a word with you.
Save it for someone who's interested. They're fascists. Come to move us on and steal what little we have left.
6 rounds won't get us far.
I need you to stay copacetic, Phelps. You need to hold out to the cavalry arrive.
How do we do that?
Like this.
Buckshot, keep you down, Phelps.
You want your rightful share? We need to fight for it.
my guy comes in here shooting them with the shotgun.
What's your name?
I don't even get my pistol.
Very funny. We'll find out from your personal effects.
Stuart Ackerman.
You're under suspicion for murder, Ackerman. We're taking you downtown.
You can't do anything more to me than what the Japanese have already done.
They did the same to me too, boy. Alright, come on. That looks like the camp from Phasmophobia. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? Even at,
over here, Phelps. Toss it and see what you find.
even at a homeless camp, people were dressed pretty nice. I mean, it was kind of all they had, so... What's he doing with this?
Looks familiar. Safe bet it'll match the mark under Teresa Terreldson's chin.
Yep, that's hers. Is that her bus ticket? No, it's the Crystal Ballroom.
Doesn't look like much of a dancer.
Photo, is that him? His GI?
Doesn't look like anything.
Let's see. Newspaper.
Still working, Jack. I'm off to the Lighthouse Club in Santa Monica.
Kelso.
Mr. Benson, this
Goons.
is a buddy of mine from the war.
Well, I'm sure you two will want to polish some old war stories. Good evening, Jack. Mr. Sheldon.
Good night, sir. Take a seat, Courtney.
It's Kelso.
We need your help,
How about him?
Jack. I told you I would have nothing to do with that.
I'm fine too, Jack. Medical school's going well. I got a part-time job.
Do dope peddlers need part-time jobs?
We made a mistake and we're in trouble, Jack. A local gangster, Mickey Cohen, is putting on the squeeze.
So hand it over, walk away. What's stopping you?
We had a deal with them that they would dole it out slowly. They said they would supply abortion clinics and doctors, but they've been moving it on to addicts, and they can't cope with the purity.
So your problem is with gangsters being dishonest.
My problem is that people are dying, and that if this gets back to us, we'll all end up in jail.
So how am I supposed to help, Courtney? This isn't the war. I can't just wave a magic wand and clean up your mess.
We want you to negotiate, Jack.
The only thing these guys understand is force, Sheldon. They got to the top back east by proving to be more vicious than the English, the Irish, and the Dutch. They make their own laws. That's the nature of a secret society. God's sake, Courtney, you want to be a doctor. How can you fight with that?
We are better trained, Jack.
I didn't make it through the war to come back to this kind of shit, Sheldon.
Interesting.
Legs were running. Can't do this. You see the cop they've been talking about on the radio? Want another accommodation?
Didn't I just kill a bunch of your guys like 2 milliseconds ago? What's going on?
I don't need this.
Ooh, read about that
wish I
woman
could
who stabbed
afford
her
that.
husband, then pushed him in front of a car. That's the cop we called.
Are you drunk, mister? Or are you just cracked?
Both. Is that it? I'm guessing that's everything. Alright, guess it's back to Central.
That's disgusting. Didn't you ever hear of germs?
Try that again, asshole.
Okay.
Leave him be.
Nope. He called me an asshole, therefore I have to kill him. Now let's get the fuck out of here.
The husband has an alibi, but no real motive other than neglect.
If we survive this, it's gonna be a miracle.
Them's the rules.
Has an alibi, but no real motive other than neglect. Jessup's alibi checks out. Bates is a recidivist. He'll be pulling the same stick until we put him away for good. Ackerman has history, opportunity, hard evidence. What motive?
We have the evidence. We know she was here. All we need is a confession, and we can charge the bum with.
But he didn't do it. Even with the evidence, I'm not convinced. The guy called me an asshole for being an asshole. What's he supposed to do? Yeah, I mean, like, he wants to see an asshole. Give him an asshole. Stop phrasing.
I want to make a comment.
We're going this way.
You know you make it.
You mean inside where we were supposed to? Okay. Whatever you say, Rusty. Where is he? Is he in too? Oh, I didn't even know you could go in here. God, there's so much detail. There we go.
You were in the Marines.
How do you know?
The Corps selected big guys for flamethrower duty. That's how you got the burns.
Life expectancy was 5 minutes for a guy in flamethrower detail. What kind of a government puts weight like that on a man's shoulders?
A cruel one, buddy, but...
It was a heavy load.
You feeling sorry for this smelly fuck?
Why did you kill Mrs. Terrellson?
I have no recollection of the people I have killed.
Are you denying that you strangled Mrs. Terrellson with a length of rope?
I'm not denying anything. You have to have proof, lackey.
Dude, we do. We literally have a bloody piece of rope that we believe she was killed with.
We found a matching piece of rope in your lean-to. I think we'll find the blood will match too.
I own no property. How could it belong to me?
A bus driver dropped Mrs. Terrellson near your camp around...
Bro, I rent, and it would still, you know... He called me.
Why did you take her up to the hill?
Which hill? I have many places. I go where I please.
You are clearly insane, Ackerman. The state of California does not execute mental patients.
I don't know the names of the women I've killed, but I've killed many of them. Their necks are so fragile.
Why are you doing this, Ackerman?
Where were you?
What are you trying to prove?
Last night?
At the camp.
You were up on the hill. You were seen during the day. We have a witness. We have evidence. Come clean with me, Ackerman, and I'll see what I can do for you.
I despise your pity. You have nothing that links me to this woman.
You have a purse, bud.
We have you cold, Ackerman. Her purse and the ballroom ticket were in your lean-to. Tell us why you did it.
I kill because people need killing. It's what I was trained to do.
He didn't do it. Who do we pin this on?
I am charging you with the murder of Teresa Terrellson.
But why? Why is he playing this? Does he just want to go away? Whoa.
The address is 348 South Main Street. The Muller case goes before the grand jury next week, and the DA does not want any egg on his face. Then get out to the railroad depot on Santa Fe Avenue. We have another poor unfortunate found this morning beside a railroad line. 40-year-old white woman.
Right, Skipper.
I think I skipped something, but I don't think we missed much. Alright, let's look at the case objective. What do we got? We got another white female, 40 years old, the body recovered in the rail freight depot on Santa Fe Avenue, east downtown. Before our new investigation can even begin, we have old business to attend to. Personal effects belonging to one Deidre Moeller were recently pawned for cash, and it sounds as though the DA is desperate that something be done before the story hits the newspapers. Investigate Globe and Loan jewelry and investigate the rail yard crime scene. Alright, where should I hit first? Probably go to the pawnbroker.
Body and Deirdre Muller's ring. The Emperor may soon have to come to terms with the fact that he's wearing no clothes.
What exactly did you get that book of riddles shoved up your ass, though?
that what your old man paid college tuition?
Such a dick. Let's get going, Rusty.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
To the pawnbroker we go.
You've got to admit, this is looking odd.
Anyone could pawn a ring.
But if you take it along with all of the other indicators...
Cole, Hugo Moeller was identified by the...
You read books, Phelps? You're such a weak sister.
Witnesses have fingered the wrong guy before.
He ran, for God's sakes.
And he always maintained he was set up.
Whoops. Alright.
How can I help you boys?
Detectives Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. You have a rose gold wedding and engagement ring?
David Bremner. Am I gonna get something for this pledge?
Nope.
Bum money. Now you guys are gonna leave me short.
Yep.
$50?
Try another number.
20?
Try 10. Feel lucky you're getting it.
Yep.
I have the rings right here.
Try 10. Alright.
What's this mark here?
Maker's mark. Usually traceable.
Hartfield's
That one
on
came
Broadway.
from Hartfield's Jewelry down on Broadway.
Thanks for the tip. Does this mark mean anything?
22 carat.
Hallmark. Gives you an idea of the quality.
Alright.
What have you got on the guy who brought these in?
Goes by the name of Percy B. Shelley.
Really? Our killer's a nerd, y'all.
Gave an address. 15 Poland Street, London, Tulare County.
Can you give us a description of the man who pawned these rings?
Not sure. Medium height, medium build, dark hair, I think. Sorry. He just had one of those forgettable faces.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Bremner.
Well, didn't give us much to go off of. Let's go to the crime scene then. Yeah, let's see what he's got. Maybe we could take something else as evidence. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's a nice guitar. Cutlery set. Got a radio. Got a couple fans. Lamps. This fucking falcon that's literally everywhere. Like, literally every house has had this fucking falcon statue. I like the weird, like, chafing dish. I'd get that. What are these, toothpick holders? Falcon.fbx? What hell's that about? Let's see. Oh, God, I wish I could zoom in. Oh, the little cat figurine's cute. Oh, is that literally what it is? Is that what it's known as? Is that like the teapot? Let me see. Let me Google that. Oh, it really is. That's awesome. Yeah, no. I figured that was like a file type because I was thinking it's like OBJ because I know object. That's funny. Because I was thinking like it reminds me of the teapot that you see like referenced in a lot of stuff. The old classic one. It might actually just legitimately just be like an asset. Yeah, that's the one.
We have a problem.
We could have the local troopers check out the Tulare County address.
The address is bogus. Herp is having fun with us. The guy who's been sending the Dahlia letters is also the guy who pawned these rings.
How do you figure that one?
Percy Bysshe Shelley wrote the poem that came with the Dahlia letters. The Dahlia letters are genuine, but the man who killed Elizabeth Short may have also killed...
Nice, Carol, nice.
How do we prove that, Phelps?
Good work, buddy.
Skipper ain't gonna like this one bit.
We're gonna have to rely on this guy tripping up on his own vanity.
Any Central Unit, 459 suspects to be taken into custody at the trolley station on...
Whoa! Halfway there, homie. Just revered, not exalted. What for? Sorry, I meant more like, what for, not, you know. Doesn't say exalted, just in Strathholm would take like 10 years. Whoa! Oh, you need, oh, for the, okay, so you're doing Nax. Okay.
Get out of the way!
It's ridiculous.
Okay, at the next corner, go right.
Third print of the Utah teapot is a good nerd prank.
Easy.
Yeah, it does seem very inside referencey to me.
Oh!
Have a nice shower, buddy. Agent Cooper again. Diane, this time I only hit 10 cars on the way to the crime scene. I think that's pretty good. On the way there, I picked myself up a Starbucks cup of coffee. It is damn not fine. It's a not damn fine cup of coffee. But at least it was only $1.
King, go ahead.
You should have iced those folks. You leave no witnesses, you stay out of the post.
I'm not riding all the way to Santa Ana and then on to Cincinnati with you pissing in my ear.
I'm tired of always being on the lam.
I have a choice. Stick-up charge is still a stick-up charge, and I ain't going back inside.
You're both coming with...
Trees here are incredible. Ran over 5 men. Oh, damn it. Well, let's get him.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
I got you, pal. Get him.
Hit him, Cole. Spit him out. I'll try to shoot out his tire. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Where'd they even go? Oh, fuck off. It's over. Let's try that again.
Any Central Unit, 459 suspects to be taken into custody at the trolley station on Lucas.
You should have iced those.
Oh my god, I was gonna say, it won't even let me skip that.
Phelps, you gotta get me closer. Hit him. Clean this asshole off the road.
Trying.
Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires. Hit him, Cole. Spit him out.
Whoa! We got another ad break in 5 minutes, everyone. Hang in there. Jesus, man.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
Oh my fucking god. Hang on, for good measure. No, I guess he's never played Fortnite before.
In a hideaway in the Chicago suburb of Skokie, Illinois,
Show me your hands.
Better repair my car.
Car 11K calling KGPL.
Thanks.
Avenue Trolley Station. 459 suspects are in custody.
Roger, 11K. All units, code 4 on the 459 suspects at the Lucas Avenue trolley station.
Alright, where are we going? We're going to the rail yard crime scene. Yeah. Like a classic in Wrath and Axe is almost the same, so I didn't know strats while flexing my rating skills to my field officer.
Give me a break.
I mean, yeah, it was nice that all they really did was just buff the fights. About it.
What can you over here?
Breathe, Phelps. Breathe, damn it.
Why? I don't need to breathe. Breathing is for communists.
Jesus, Phelps.
You're really starting to annoy me.
KGPL to all units.
Oh, damn it.
Union and Rockwood Street. Union and Rockwood Street.
Breathing's for dames, Galloway. I ain't no woman. It is, yeah, it is more or less the same as classic Nax. Oh, thanks, buddy. I'll stretch when I get to the crime scene. Appreciate that. I'm gonna refill my water as well. So I'll give you a free hydrate. Ad break starts in 1 minute.
Union and Rockwood Street. Union and Rockwood Street. Unit to handle code 2 identified.
11K, go ahead.
11 King. Citizen reports man with a gun at the intersection of Union Avenue and Rockwood Street. 11 King, code 2.
God damn it! I said cough it up! I'm not gonna say it again. Say bukaya! Come on, yeah! That's it, old man. I've had enough of your gibberish.
Jesus Christ.
Give it up, LAPD!
Come on, Phelps.
Hurry! You can still catch him.
Isn't he the cop who won a medal in solving all the cases?
What the hell?
Man alive.
Fuck you, piece of shit. I got an achievement, shoot and kill a total of 100 bad guys. I've got a body count of 100 guys verified. Okay, fine, I won't spoil you. Now you're gonna have to pay for Hydrate Redeem. I'll dehydrate myself just to spite you. How's that sound, huh? I will take that stretch break now, though. You guys should too. Oh, I was sitting funny all night, so probably readjust. Let me move something here. Oh, well, I hope you're all having a good time tonight. Thanks for sticking with us through the technical difficulties earlier. It's always really appreciated because you can't always predict it, so it's nice to see that you guys find us worth sticking through such nonsense just to see. Oh, that was a good stretch. Can't make you? Well, too late. What if I just did? Ah, alright. Let's get back to it. Oh yeah, I can change your outfit, huh? New have unlocked. Oh, got them all unlocked. Let's roll. Oh, fine. Come on, Rusty, get in. Welcome back from the ad break. Aha, we know you get your special European mandated no ad breaks 'cause you're so special. We get it. Yeah. Well, welcome back everybody who did have ads. Appreciate that. Whoops. My bad. Oops.
There's a madman on the loose. That's no way to drive.
Come to Brazil. I'm in Europe. Hey, that was Central. Whoa!
Phelps!
The music scared me. Why was that so dramatic? What was that sting? Keep having to see the same ad about Kevin Hart telling you about cash backing. Oh my god, I fucking demolished that guy's cab. I've never hit any cars in this game so hard that they just get set on fire from the first hit.
Are you sure you're a cop?
Would I be able to hijack your fucking car if I wasn't?
You're a different man in front of the captain, Phelps. Where'd you learn to drive?
Your mother taught me. Hang on. I like that guy's car a lot more than this ugly little van. I made a hot dog cart do a pretty cool flip. Oh, I missed it. I think I see another one. Let's see if I can do the same thing there.
Car, sir. This is an emergency.
Could we try not killing the people that pay our salaries?
No, that wasn't as good as it sounded.
Are you liquored up?
Nah. Let's get to the rail yard. Car's got a pretty hefty horn, though.
Run, you fucking idiots!
What a shot rocket.
Could we try not killing the people that pay our salaries?
Fuck. She really sounded like I launched her in the air and her head exploded against the roof or something.
Sorry! My partner isn't the greatest driver in the world!
Alright, it's this way.
There's people there!
People, there's person. I like what your actions, Sir Devon. What?
Whoa, if someone reports this...
I think you missed a word, buddy.
Get out of the way! There's a madman on the loose!
Yes, yeah, apparently.
Jesus, Phelps, you're terrorizing these poor slubs.
I like your actions, Sir Devon. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense.
You're a different man in front of the captain, Phelps.
See if I can launch him off the bridge.
I think the power's gone.
Nah.
Get out of the way!
Could we try not killing the people that pay our salary?
So I was gonna do, I like what you're committing first, but then wrote something else. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hey, get out, get the fuck out. Get out, no! No, you stupid pigs. Are you fucking serious?
LAPD, police emergency.
You sure you're a cop?
Get out. Need your squad car.
Goddamn Harry thinks he can get a freshman MVP.
Emergency call. I need to take this.
Go slow and see our town, go fast and see our jail. Keep LA safe. Drive safely. Aw, that's cute. Alright.
I think the power's gone to your head, Phelps. Run, you fucking idiots! Get out of the way! There's a madman on the loose!
Keep getting stuck on this dumbass bridge. Hey, Mord, what's up, buddy? Welcome on in, pal. Good evening, good evening.
There's people there! Jesus, Phelps, you're terrorizing these poor slubs! You're a different man in front of the captain, Phelps.
Alright, it's this way. It's this way. How's it going, buddy? What's the good word? Hey, it's our regular car. It's back.
Follow me.
Not too shabby. Just got the kid to bed and here to hang out. Lovely.
We're all on the same team, Rusty.
Chain of command, Phelps. The skipper will decide who needs to know. You got it?
I get it, Rusty. I just don't like it.
Jesus Christ.
Hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I look after all the rail depots.
What have you got?
The Negro, Nelson Gaines, called it in. I came down here to make sure.
A Negro, you dick. It's got a name. Man has a name.
Guy makes me sick.
We'll talk to the coroner. Keep an eye on both of them.
see. Let's look around.
Good morning, ladies.
Hope you've been having a good one, buddy. Name? That's commie talk. Jeez. You sure act like it. Oh, I think I went out. Okay. There's a bag. And some personal documents. There's a bar. There it is. There's that connection. It's the bar. Wait, what's that say? Mensch's Bar, corner of 9th and Main. Receipt?
This is a chip
Whoa.
for personal items, not booze. It's an angle worth investigating.
For Evelyn Summers, 2 large suitcase, small suitcase, bedroll, pillow, plain bed sheet, photo frames, hairbrush, bowling pin statuette, makeup, clothes. Wow. What's in her bag? The Keystone Film Company.
See what they know about her.
That's going to be difficult, Cole. Keystone Studio lot closed back in 41.
Oh my god, so this is like a 5-year-old ID card? What the hell is going on with this lady? Dear Evelyn, I hope that this letter finds you in a better way than when we last parted. Bitter words were exchanged. You had taken too much liquor, and we both know what that makes you become. But I'm not writing to harass and accuse. I'm writing to apologize. I was heartbroken seeing what had become of my little girl and what she's doing to herself. You're destroying your body and your soul with liquor, Evelyn, and it's harder for me to watch than you can imagine. But only God Almighty above us has the right to judge. And I beg your forgiveness. I've been in contact with the sanitarium here in Connecticut on your behalf. Your condition is an illness, Evelyn, and that it can be treated. You only need to check yourself in. It will not.
I got a hard case I need to break.
Shit. It's ripped to half. I think there's everything in the bag. What is this woman's situation? Why was she just wandering by the tracks like that in the dead of night? Jesus.
Blood splatter on the carriage.
So she was done in right here. Yep. Everything else. So what do we got? We got a bag. We got a receipt. Got a torn letter. She worked at a movie lot. Let's inspect her. Jesus. Just missing a ring too.
Another missing ring. Certainly seems I've been swabbing a lot of bare fingers recently.
Oh, stop. It normally lets me check their head for wounds. No. Helps you, moron. Come on, knock it off. There we go. Okay.
Smell? Very good. There is the usual evacuation smell, but it appears she's been living rough for quite some time.
Vagrant.
Very strong smell of alcohol. Well, the autopsy will tell, but I would assume that she was inebriated.
Can you be more exact about the time of death?
No later than 2 a.m. The state the body was in, a 1 or 2 hour window is the best I can do.
Sad. Jesus. So we got her bag, movie lot, letter, vagrancy, missing ring, time of death. Let me talk to the coroner. Talk to me.
What have we got here?
White female, approximately 40 years of age, lipstick smudges on the face, but no writing, at least nothing legible. A blunt force trauma to the temple, nose, and eye regions. Ligature marks point to the probable cause of death being strangulation.
Any idea of the time of death?
From her temperature, after midnight would be my guess.
Alright, so we got time of death too. I think we're good on clues for now. Let me call it in and get that address to Mensch's, and we'll talk to the man who found her body. the game well here.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on Levine's Liquor. Closest store to the Santa Fe Avenue rail yard, if possible.
Just a moment, Detective. Closest store would be the one at 939 South Hope Street.
Thanks, ma'am.
Oh, well, it's 1-2, I guess. All right, speak with the witness. Hey, welcome back, buddy. Hope you had a nice shower.
Detective Phelps and Galloway, homicide. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
We were shutting cars over to the main line when I saw this man here lying on top of this woman.
Hey?
The woman wasn't moving and seemed to be in a bad way.
What time was this?
About 7:30 this morning, sir.
Thanks for your help. Have you given Patrolman Hart your details?
I have, sir.
Thank you. You can go now. Detective Phelps.
You sick fuck. I know what you were doing.
Ferdinand Jameson.
We need you to answer some questions, John.
If you don't mind, I prefer Ferdinand.
Don't push your luck, knucklehead.
What were you doing to the body, Ferdinand?
Are you sure you won't be upset?
No. You were fucking it, weren't you?
I was kissing her.
You sick piece of shit. Thanks, Rusty.
Shut up.
There's no law
Jake, you're
against
beating
it.
like a man.
Turn out your pockets, Ferdinand.
What are you doing with her lipstick, boy?
Classic Carmine. Is this yours, Ferdinand?
No. I found it near her purse. I thought
You sick bastard.
Don't hit him.
Don't hit him till I do. Bat!
It wasn't like she needed it. Took a look.
Did you take any money?
Wasn't any to take. I found her lipstick and her matchbook over on the mat. Not much else.
You found the body?
Yes, I did.
My favorite shade, Ply's lipstick.
I was coming off shift and headed home.
Why didn't you report the body, Jameson? Do you know how this is going to look to a jury?
A jury? What gives? I could tell that she was dead.
I wouldn't have touched her if she weren't.
Midnight last night. She wasn't here then.
Let me belt him again.
I might.
You're under arrest, Jameson. We'll see how this
You
plays out.
scumbag.
Until then, you can think a little on how you'd like to be treated if you were found dead.
I'm telling you, it's not illegal. Me and some friends of mine.
Yep.
Clyde, you get this sack of shit into a cell. I'll deal with him later.
Sure, Rusty.
Alright, I think we should get the hell out of here.
Morning, ladies.
Alright, to Levine's Liquor we go.
National news from American Century Broadcasting.
Read that those goddamn Chinese want to sell the relief food that we're sending them?
Yeah. Yeah, I read about that.
These people are starving. They can't do that.
Want to sell the food to fund the civil war against the communists.
Really? Guess that's okay then.
Armies can't fight without food.
Well, what they're gonna
Spend all
do.
your money on weapons, but you still have to have the will to fight. Fortunately, the Reds will win in China.
It's true, and unfortunately they did.
You know what you're saying?
The people of this country overthrew a king. You think the Chinese will balk at an emperor if they are starving?
Yep.
Whoa there!
What the hell?
Yeah, it's kind of sentiment with them, I guess. What's sad is that is exactly what happened after World War II, because, you know, they helped us. And we helped them. We started sending them relief supplies, and because of the fucking PLR, or the PLA, sorry. So fucking PLA started an uprising when everybody was barely recovering from World War II, not a year later. You know, they started having to sell a lot of supplies we gave them so they could fund, you know, the war to fight them back. But we all know how that went. Whoa! That's a new one. I ain't never seen the AI reverse like that. And so, I mean, as we all know, they failed. They were just like, we just can't. Just don't have it. See, why can't it turn like that every time I try to turn? That was nice.
Jesus.
Here we are.
What can I do for you?
LAPD, Phelps and Galloway. We're making inquiries into the murder of Evelyn Summers.
Evelyn? She's dead?
You knew Evelyn Summers, Mr.
Robbins. Yes, I knew Evelyn. I was a good friend of her ex-husband. She kept some of her stuff here.
Can you show us, please?
Sure. Come this way.
Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack.
You got some fine stock here, Mr. Robbins. You know, you let us take some for the road, this case might get solved a lot.
Fuck off, Galloway.
He's joking, Mr. Robbins.
She kept it better, but I probably shouldn't have let her. An alcoholic in a liquor store. That was never going to work out, was it?
I'm afraid not, sir.
We'll take a look around.
Bless. That's so sad.
She wasn't always such a loner.
Look at her. No, I'm not. I'm gonna take it.
Evelyn was reading Aristotle.
Aristotle.
Evelyn wasn't stupid. The only stupid thing about her was her need to drink.
And she was borrowing books from Grosvenor
McCaffrey. McCaffrey. Do we know that name? No, we know McAfee.
I'm guessing Evelyn hadn't held down a job for quite some time before she was killed.
There's the bowling pin. Rollins Bowling.
Rollins Bowling Alley. Maybe Evelyn did something other than drink in her spare time.
Spare.
Rawlings. I know that place. Corner of 9th and Grand. A lot of cops bowl there on Tuesday nights.
There's a statuette. So that was like a list of her effects.
Working the pictures. A few years ago. She worked in legal copyrights for music.
What happened? Just her drinking? Guess that's everything. Let's question this guy. See what he's got. Let me actually take a double check. Hang on. Make sure. Got another ad break in 5 minutes. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Little throat irritation. Nope, not getting anything else.
We're trying to account for Evelyn's movements yesterday.
She came by in the morning.
A social visit to pick up some of her things?
No, to buy some more booze.
Bought a
Yep.
quart of rye.
Any idea where the money came from?
She didn't mention it, but she did say the booze was a present for a boy.
Oh, no.
She said they had been fighting and she had to make it up to him.
Were you and Evelyn close, Mr. Robbins?
Many people will be sad she's gone. I'll be one of the few.
We got the impression that Evelyn had been sleeping rough of late.
It became difficult for me to have her staying here. Her mother was trying to get her back on the straight and narrow. She's old now. And to be honest, you have to have a good reason to want to get back on.
Do you know a friend of Evelyn's by the name of McCaffrey?
Not personally.
We're struggling for leads, Robbins. Did she know McCaffrey?
She idolized him. From what I gather, the feeling was far from mutual. He seems to peddle a revolutionary stance, fixing the ills of society. You could see how it would appeal to down-and-outs like Evelyn.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Robbins.
No problem. Hey, I'd like to make arrangements for the funeral.
Wow.
You think I could get in touch with Evelyn's mother?
Put in a call to the watch commander at Central Station, Mr. Robbins. He'll be trying to reach the next of kin.
Thanks. Get the guy, huh? Evelyn never hurt anybody.
Jeez. That was heavy. Should we go to the bowling alley? No, let's go to Mench's. Oh, 2 minutes to the ad break. So yeah, so for anybody that hasn't been here all night or missed something or just wants more LA Noire, we will be playing it again tomorrow. I'm calling it my detective kick of sorts, just because I just really like this game so much. And because I had to delay last night's because of, you know, just life yesterday. Nothing bad, I was just tired and hungry. And then tomorrow would be our regular LA Noire night. So yeah, back to back. So if you want to catch more of it and free tomorrow, you know where to find it. We'll probably be going for another hour. No later than midnight though, for sure. But definitely feeling a good vibe tonight, as it is. You know? Yeah, that's right. It's still pretty early on the West Coast, isn't it? Relative. It's about 11 here, so yeah. I'm at midnight Eastern. I should clarify.
Phelps, Galloway, homicide. We need to ask you some questions.
So yeah, so an hour.
I'm Walter Mensch. Evelyn Summers, what is it now?
She's dead, sir.
She's a pain in the ass, always coming in here, cadging drinks, never had any money. She was in just a couple of nights ago.
Did she ever tell you where she was staying?
I don't know. I think she was living rough. She had that kind of stunk about her.
No, I get you.
Who did she drink with?
Yeah, a bunch of these guys. Ask around.
Sure. Let's see. You?
You a friend of Evelyn Summers?
Who's asking?
Very cute. You know who's asking.
I know my rights.
You don't have any. Answer the question.
Thanks, Rusty.
Evelyn mooches for drinks. I don't have any time for that.
Was that so hard?
Keep riding me, copper.
Should ride for a fucking chin, freak. Alright, moving on.
What's your name?
Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Oh.
Mind if I ask you some questions, Mr. McCaffrey?
I'm just a starving writer, detective. What do you want to ask about?
Evelyn Summers.
Looks like a prick.
She was found beaten and strangled in the rail depot on Santa Fe.
Okay. I see your point.
How well did you know her?
I can't say that I knew her. It was more
Oh god, I hate this guy already. Shut up. Oh my god.
Record, Mr. McCaffrey.
nothing serious.
I've been in a few tussles and roundabouts. Rick. No, ad break.
You want to save me some time, or do you want me to look up your file?
Industrial disputes, strikes.
Oh, you're a fucking commie. Okay. Gotcha.
A regular fifth columnist. Nice to meet you, comrade.
Damn, he looks good with that cigar.
You say you barely knew Evelyn?
Yes, that is correct.
That's a fucking lie, boy.
You're lying, McCaffrey. You looked down your nose at Evelyn, but you knew her, and you have some idea of what happened.
I hope you're holding aces. I'm telling you again, I barely knew the woman.
Knew enough to fucking loan her your book, buddy.
Why would you lend her your book on metaphysics if you only knew her in passing? It was more than that. A Renaissance man like yourself, lending his books to his acolytes.
She hounded me about that goddamn book, and then she lifts it from my apartment and lies to my face that she didn't take it, as if she could even comprehend any of it. I saw her go into a hotel with Tiernan last night. They had booze in a paper bag. He's your man.
Thank you for the information, Mr. McCaffrey.
I might just finger him as our guy later on just because I hate his fucking attitude. Alright, let's get out of here.
Car 11K, Car 11 King, come in. Car 11K, Car 11 King, KGPL.
11 King.
A message from Captain.
Yeah.
11 King, en route. Let's not keep the man waiting, Phelps.
Let's see here. Alright, let's get going. Now, I'm not going to get too political about it because I think it's more about human rights than anything, but... It's not that I take issue with, Whoa! It's not that I take issue with unionizing and workers and people's rights and all that. Obviously, I'm a big proponent of it, such as it is as a guy that does streaming for his life. I just mostly have an issue with, communism, as both an ethos and, you know, an ideology. Whoa! It doesn't work out well for anyone in practice. I guess I'd probably lean more for something like socialism. I don't think everybody should be equally poor. I think everybody should be equally wealthy. I'll just leave it at that. Here we go. A lot of people tend to boil down socialism and communism to being the same thing, but they couldn't be further apart. And I'm just boiling it down to real simplistics here. But also, people like that guy that we just talked to really exist, and I've known a lot of them, and I fucking hate those people. I fucking hate those people.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
What's this about, Captain?
Ray and Mal have some kind of...
Oh, Scarrow, you're getting there, buddy. It's another couple hours. Are you playing as a human at least, so you get the reputation bonus?
But the notes and the lipstick messages.
Evelyn Summers, Cartel Classic Carmine. Each woman, same brand, same color.
I'm dead on it. Oh, that's all right. It's only 10% slower.
But she did have a message. We found it beneath her dress, scraped with a sharp stick.
What did
Oh
it say?
shit!
You sure you want to know, Ray?
What's it gonna say?
As far as we can be sure, it said cunt BD.
Son of a bitch.
That's one way of looking at it.
Looking at what?
Cunt is all about access, Phelps. You're married, so yours is mortgaged. Some of us like to pay by installments. This guy doesn't like to pay at all.
Why are you so angry, Mal?
Because I just had to fire one of my assistants.
Oh no.
He's a friend of Jameson's. God knows what he...
Oh God.
Captain, we have good leads in the Summers case.
The coroner just had to fire one of his assistants because he found out he was a friend of this dude that we just fingered for a necrophiliac. Think about that.
But it's up to you to decide how we proceed.
Keep this under your hat for now. And follow up on Evelyn Summers. I want daily reports.
Jesus. Poor Pinker.
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you've made it if you got
We
that.
got our orders. Back to the Summers case. Get an address for McCaffrey. He'll have blown the bar. I'll meet you outside.
Right, where's R and I? Oh, we just make a phone call. Okay, cool. I'm so glad we got these emotes. Thanks for grabbing all these emotes. They're great.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address for a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Grosvenor McCaffrey. Apartment 6, 126 Yale Street, between Ord and Alpine.
Thanks for your help.
We're going to the bowling alley first. Case has been depressing. I could use a diversion.
Don't mind me.
Let me pose a question.
Depends. What you got to do with?
Morals. Would it bother you to put the wrong person away?
Depends.
On what?
On whether anyone except the poor son of a bitch in the slammer ever found out.
Interesting view. I get it. I don't condone it, but I get it. Move. It's actually a really nice car they got. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, jeez.
Watch it, will you?
Oops. I think he died. What do you mean, there we go? What do you mean by that?
You've been drinking.
It's against the rules to drive like this without a siren.
I was gonna say it looks better on the front. I just crushed this shit. Oops, think he died. Anyway.
Hello.
Oh, look at this little lady. I love her.
I'm Detective Phelps. Homicide.
You must be new. What's your shoe size?
13 and a half, ma'am.
Conducting an investigation, ma'am. Do you know the name Evelyn Summers?
Sounds like I should. Oh, maybe it could be Jimmy's friend.
Jimmy?
Jimmy? Tiernan, we've heard that.
One day he introduced me to a lady after work. It stuck in my mind because she was much older, too old for him.
Where can we find Jimmy, Florence?
He'll be hopping around the lanes toward the back.
Thanks, ma'am. Let's go get him.
I think he's a bit of a gangster, but he treats me nice.
Okay.
Down the left side of the alley.
What's so special with the
There? Down to the left by the... Huh? This way. Oh, this way. Okay, in the back. Because he's a pin setter. Okay.
Tiernan! LAPD!
You idiot. Why are you running?
There!
Ooh. Sports car.
What are you waiting for? Get after him!
We might go faster if we weren't carrying the extra weight. These are flashy cars to be parked outside a bowling alley.
The lanes attract a fast-living individual with money to burn, Cole.
Or a middle-aged individual with the need to feel virile.
Another runner. Well, at least we've got a suspect.
Why do they always run? I'm sure we've got the wrong person in more than one of these homicides, but they always seem to lam it.
You know, your theories are not airtight by any means.
Someone else's car. You made me hit someone else's car.
If this isn't the killer, we can at least get him for reckless endangerment.
That's unless he runs into a wall and saves us all the trouble.
It'd be funny if he did.
He's going through the square.
I hope the people see him in time to get out of the way. What if they run because someone's setting them up? Because they feel like the deck is stacked against them?
Don't make up ridiculous stories for them, detective. Leave that to the perp's imagination. Whoa, looks like we're going into the tunnels.
God damn it, he'll kill himself.
It's all right, as long as he doesn't kill us, I'm okay with it. God damn it, the train up ahead. Watch out, Cole. Let's bring this kid crashing back down to earth.
Help! You gotta get me closer! I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
That is the end of that. About fucking time.
Push him right on the tracks, make it look like a Sudoku or something like that. Hello? Game? There we go. You know, Cole, if you hit 38 people on the sidewalk and pound the guy, no one's gonna know the difference. I mean, yeah. We did have to chase him into a fucking train tunnel, so... Who knows? There can be no loose ends. Where the fuck even are we? Oh, we should probably go to Grumner's house, huh?
Please, Phelps. The siren.
Sorry! My partner isn't the greatest driver in the world!
Whoa, if someone reports this... Get out of the way! Run, you fucking idiots! Jesus, Phelps, you're terrorizing these poor slums.
Oh my god, this case is so long too. Wow. Like, these murder cases just take forever.
Please wake me up when we get
You can sleep through this, dude?
This ain't normal behavior, Cole.
They're not real people, Rusty. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. None of this is real. We're not real.
Lazy, I'd ban you from driving, Cole. Jesus, you're gonna give me a heart attack, Phelps. You got some contempt for the pedestrian population of this city, Phelps?
He's just gonna sleep through it because he doesn't want to be a witness. The car is still all fucked up. Oh, it's fine now. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, hang on. Wait. Hey. Okay, apartment 6.
McCaffrey is in apartment 6.
What, 106, 206, 306, or what? At first they don't respond, kick in their fucking door. What do we got here? The last match. It's nothing. He's got some fresh milk in his fridge. That's evidence. I'm gonna have to taste it for poison. And these cookies too. This is a little suspicious. And I don't mean the fact that he got caught with it.
He said he didn't know her. And we have the book.
Let's see Carruthers argue his way out of this one.
This is from the bowling place? What the fuck?
Is that you, Grosvenor? Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
Kool-Aid in the laundry? I must find a picture.
You know where we might find McCaffrey?
I'm his neighbor. Is he in trouble?
Look, lady, we need to find him, and in a hurry. Are you gonna give me trouble?
He has a pigeon coop up on the roof. He spends his mornings up there when he's been drinking.
How do we get up there?
Down the hall and up the stairs.
Drunk and in command of a carrier pigeon. Surely we can write him up for that. A citation at least.
It's just too convenient.
I don't think so.
It's really... All the evidence is sitting right here in his apartment? Like, all the other guys have had that. Like, I don't get it.
Talk to Grosvenor. I've got housework to do.
Well, then why are you sticking your neck out here, rubberneck? You got some busybodying to do somewhere else, man? Alright, where do we go? Here? Where'd you say upstairs?
Isn't he the cop who won a medal and is solving all the cases?
Grosvenor McCaffrey! Running on a hangover, McCaffrey? Sit
Do
down
not
and
move
we'll
that son
talk.
of a bitch. I'll go get our wheels.
Why don't I just shoot him? Oh no, he's a really important suspect. I can't just shoot him right now. Stop, Phelps, you fucking moron. What the hell are you doing? Oh my god, these controls with this camera angle make no sense. Stop it. Any second now, Rusty. You could bring your car on, buddy. Any second now. Just waiting. Bring the car around. Galloway. Galloway.
You a runner, McCaffrey? Stay and fight the good fight.
Get him.
McCaffrey, you're under arrest on suspicion of murdering Evelyn Summers.
We need to get downtown and wrap this thing up. It's got to be McCaffrey. Unless Tiernan set him up. You don't think that asshole Jameson could have done it, do you?
I don't know, man.
Whoever did it.
I don't know.
How do you know that McCaffrey didn't do the dahlia?
We have a list of over 200 suspects. His name was never on it.
Damn lunatic!
Let me check something. Well, if it lets me in, then that's gonna be awesome. I just realized we didn't even look that well. So it's just weird that the murder weapon was from the was from the bowling alley. So it's hard to say. There we go. It's the other half of that letter too. Take long before I healed, and you can come home. I have put your things back in your old room with the lock on the door for your privacy, and you can come and go as you please. I will care for you, and you can return home to your normal life. No, it just has changed, so I can't be sure this letter will find you, but I pray that it does, and that you consider what I've said. I love you very much, and I pray every night that you're safe, and that one day you will knock on my door, and the rift between us will be mended. With love and understanding, your mother, Augusta Summers.
Torn from the letter we found beside the body. At the very least, I'd say it ties McCaffrey to the scene.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, dude. Fuck. Man, I'm like 99% sure that was it, so let's get out of here. And it's tough because you know it's not any of them. You know, like, in your heart of hearts. Even, like, outside of, like, meta-knowledge, you know it's not any of these guys. It's, like, creepy and scummy as all of them are. It's just... Oh, shit. Sorry. Sorry, Rusty.
Careful.
What the hell? Where is he?
No harm done.
Was that my fault?
Oh, there he is. Okay.
If you think the list is exhaustive, Rusty, who am I to argue?
Listen, let's just work the case at hand, shall we? Then we can sit down and put all the puzzle pieces together at a later date.
I'll hold you to that.
Cole, come on!
Oops. My bad. It's just an accident. Just in time, too. The car's about to explode. Oh, another ad break in 5. Man, these come by really quickly, don't they?
You sure you can make it stick with one of these suspects, gentlemen?
It's either McCaffrey or Tiernan, sir. I think Jameson is an aberration.
All right. I'll deal with that degraded lunatic myself. He's got some fearful retribution coming. Tiernan isn't one, McCaffrey isn't two. I want a confession from one of them.
Let's go talk to Tiernan first. I don't know shit about him. I don't think I mean, like, if I had to pin it on one of them, I'd probably not do McCaffrey. So it doesn't seem like he did it. He's a prig, but you know, I don't think he did it. Is that interview one?
Are you drunk, mister? Or are you just cracked?
Interview one is the other way. That's right. It's the one with the window, so it's up here.
Why did you run, Tiernan?
I was the last one to see Evelyn that night. I knew you would think it was me.
Gonna lurk while you go to bed. He can't fight anymore. Yeah, hell yeah. You take care of yourself, right? Thanks for hanging out tonight. It's already been a while. So you take care of yourself. I'll catch you later, alright? And if you're good tomorrow, playing some more of this. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad it's been a good stream. I'm glad you think so.
Can you describe your relationship?
It's always good seeing you, buddy.
I barely knew
Appreciate you. What do you say? Barely. It's lying.
Keep lying to me and I'll have you charged and in front of a grand jury before your feet touch the ground.
How can you possibly prove Evelyn and I were more than friends?
Any number of things, buddy. Let's see. Let's see.
No.
Actually, hang on. There we go.
McCaffrey gave you up, Tiernan. He says he saw you go into your hotel with Evelyn.
I met Evelyn at the public library. We would read for a while and then go for a drink. Last night, we went back to my hotel room and had some more to drink. I must have passed out. I woke up and she was gone.
What time was this?
Around midnight, maybe later.
And there's no one who can confirm this.
No, there isn't. I knew you wouldn't believe me.
Aristotle's Metaphysics, the book that belonged to McCaffrey.
McCaffrey saw her looking at it once and laughed in her face.
And you're saying Evelyn stole it.
She wanted something of his.
We either hang this on you or McCaffrey. You better give us something.
Well, McCaffrey's been in trouble with the law before. I mean, he always makes out it was some kind of labor dispute. But, you know, I'm not so sure.
You and Evelyn were drinking together last night, and she had no other place to stay.
I don't know what happened last night. I don't remember.
You're lying, Tiernan. You'd been fighting with her. You fought, and...
I'm not lying! She got up and left! That was it!
She did, but she came back.
She left, but she came back. She bought you a quart of whiskey to make it up to you. She told the liquor store owner. You're in deep trouble, buddy.
She said she loved me. She wanted to care for me. But she would never stop talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey was a writer, McCaffrey was a hero, McCaffrey cared for the little guy.
Did you kill her, Tiernan?
I might as well have. I kicked her out. She had nowhere to go. No, don't go!
Hang on.
We both want the truth here.
Is Amy gonna let me get up? No. That's right.
Do you own a car, Tiernan?
No, I don't.
Have access to a lug wrench?
No, we use a lot of them to clear jams in the pin setting machines.
Coroner's report says that Evelyn was killed with a wrench. I think you did it and then planted the evidence at McCaffrey's apartment for us to find.
We went to his apartment. McCaffrey was up on the roof. Evelyn stole the book. McCaffrey went crazy when he found out. He said he would put her out of her misery. He can be very cruel.
Evelyn was missing a ring from her right hand.
That's strange. She always wore it. A big black circular disc with a white E in the middle. It was made from an old typewriter key, a present from the prop department at her old movie studio.
We're going to talk to McCaffrey. You need to think about what you've told us, Tiernan. You're not in the clear.
I say we bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
There.
You ready to answer some questions?
You think I have all the answers?
People who run from the police usually have something to hide.
Touché, detective. Let's see where this takes us.
Can I just punch this guy? Alright, what's your alibi?
Evelyn died sometime around midnight. Remind me, where were you?
I was at home, writing.
Hi, Kitty.
I'm working on a manuscript.
Hi. What? What, Munchkin? He's lying.
Lying, McCaffrey. You were out at the rail yard.
And what do you have that proves I was there?
You've got the other half of her torn letter that you only could have gotten.
How about
From
half
there.
of Augusta Summers' last correspondence with her daughter?
What are you talking about?
After you were done beating Evelyn, you searched her and found her mother's letter. That old lady's anguish amused you.
I know nothing about a letter or Evelyn's goddamn mother.
So what was it doing on your writing desk?
I don't know, but if I didn't put it there, somebody else did.
Welcome back from the ad break, everybody.
Exercising your powers of deduction on that.
I'm gonna exercise my power of fist against your fucking face, McCaffrey. Keep that up.
We found the lug wrench that Evelyn was battered with in your apartment, and the note from her mother, and your blood-stained clothing. We have you cold, McCaffrey.
You think if I could be bothered to murder Evelyn Summers, I would be stupid enough to leave the evidence in my apartment?
I don't believe you, Grosvenor. The evidence says that you killed her.
You can prove that I wanted to kill Evelyn?
Well.
Tiernan is prepared to testify that you threatened Evelyn's life in his presence.
Self-preservation. That's understandable. Okay, I'll level with you. Tiernan killed Evelyn. He came to me for help. I listened to him, and he explained why he did it.
Tiernan went to you for help. You expect me to buy that?
That's how it went down. I told him he made a terrible mistake, but he would be throwing his life away if he went to the cops. I took his things and told him I would dispose of them.
But you didn't.
Speak to Tiernan. He'll give it up.
Alright, then I will. Oh, the phone icon's available. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to put him down 1 round.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need the jacket on a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Just a moment, Detective. McCaffrey was formerly under surveillance by the Red Squad. Convictions for petty theft. Dishonorable discharge from the Army.
What is this, like, AI voice? What the hell is this?
Says he almost beat the woman to death.
Thank you.
That sucked. What the hell was that recording?
They weren't even his prints, and he still confessed.
Do I go back to Tiernan? Hi, Kitty.
You spoken to McCaffrey? I can go? It's all been cleared up?
Not quite. We have one more question we need to ask, James. Then I think we will be done.
Sure. Go ahead.
There we go.
Evelyn passed out, and you walked out. What happened next?
I woke up in the morning,
Hmm.
hungover.
I think you're lying.
I thought Evelyn would have come back.
I know you're lying, James. You went out looking for her. Tell me what really happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say I wasn't in that hotel room?
Why is McCaffrey accusing you of going to him for help killing her? What's that about?
You wound up at McCaffrey's. You were still incredibly drunk. You passed out on his floor. It's time to tell me what really happened.
McCaffrey woke me up the next morning, and he showed me the lug wrench and the letter and the box. And he said I came in with him last night. He said that I killed Evelyn. And that it was all over the radio. And that he would protect me. And I don't know, detective, for the life of me, I can't remember a goddamn thing. And I was angry with her. Really angry. I could have done it. Was it me?
I don't think it was. I think I'm gonna charge McCaffrey. I don't like that guy. Just gets the wrong vibe about him.
Guy gave his wife a tap. I said, "Oh, damn."
Trace it. This way, that's right.
Bust in there and find the goddamn evidence.
Oh, he's fast.
You were in the war?
Yes, I was. Seeing the things that I saw, it changes a man. I came back here determined to change things. All I wanted was a pen and an opportunity to speak out.
You told us before that you had only minor run-ins with the police. You didn't mention petty theft.
I've never been in trouble for violence. That's the salient point here, isn't it?
Got that criminal record.
Lying, McCaffrey. You have a history of violence towards women.
How do you turn a couple parking tickets and a petty theft misdemeanor
Yep.
into an assault charge?
Here you go, pal. You're done. It's not the attitude you want to be giving me, you Ben Shapiro-looking bastard.
We know all about you and your dishonorable discharge, beating some poor woman near to death in Syracuse. You've never been in combat, McCaffrey. Your whole life is a fraud.
She was a goddamn peasant whore. She tried to steal from my wallet. I could have fought for this country. I could have.
You beat her because she stole from you, because she tried to outsmart you.
The ignorant audacity of the bitch. What is a man supposed to do?
I'm officially charging with the murder of Evelyn Summers, McCaffrey.
Supposed to call himself a man.
And Evelyn Summers, a poor, drunken nobody, stole your book.
And she got what was coming to her.
Grosvenor McCaffrey, I'm charging you with the murder of Evelyn Summers. She was a sad lady who never hurt anyone except herself. I hope God finds a way to forgive you.
Congratulations, boys. You bagged the fine catch. Another red to boot. Grand. Now, I want you to put this business about a repeat offender out of your mind. This McCaffrey creature shows no remorse, and neither will the grand jury. You would have to walk a long mile to find a better candidate for an unmarked plot in the prison graveyard.
Hi, Kitty. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Screenshotting that. Grosvenor McCaffrey can write a tell-all memoir from a cell on death row. Yep. Kitty, it scared me.
It's Gunnier's dead. First platoon is in worse shape. That medic is either crazy or the bravest man alive.
Can we rally with the first and try for the Nambus?
It's sheer to the left. To the right, it goes right through a pass with 2 Nambus and infilade.
Mate,
we can lose everyone.
Lieutenant! Get back off this fucking bridge! They'll start walking the mortars back to their own positions. We only have minutes. I'm in charge here, Sergeant. Get your men off the bridge, Lieutenant. What's your unit, Sergeant? We don't have time for this, Lieutenant. What's your unit, Sergeant? I company 22nd Marines, Lieutenant, and we just saved your ass by fording the river. My orders are to reconnoiter the... I think that point is now moot. You have 10 men left. My orders are to save what's left. Move out!
Like Kelso and... Yep. Ooh.
Well done, lads. You did well with the Summers case. But we have a problem. The examiner received a new letter today.
Shit.
Go right ahead. They've both been rinsed in gasoline like the previous letters, so I can't lift a print.
Ooh, I got it. No one else but the killer.
Oh, fuck. What else we got? Yep.
To suffer woes, which hope thinks infinite. To forgive wrongs darker than death or night.
Ah, this is legit. This is from the guy.
Another snippet from the Shelley poem.
Damn.
If the note is from the Dahlia maniac, he definitely also killed Teresa Terrell.
Mal and I agree.
But where does that leave us? If this is the Dahlia killer, and he is responsible for the Tarrelson murder, not to mention the Muller
Hang
case.
on a moment, Skipper.
Let me finish, Rusty. We have 5 birds in hand and none in the bush. The department will not survive a scandal if we have to let them all go without catching a fiend first. Your careers will be over for a start, gentlemen.
Looking in wonder.
Ah, fucking. I knew this run was too good to be true.
I hid myself within a fountain in the public square.
You like that stuff? What is
I
it?
think it's literal.
Forget what it's supposed to. What does he want it
Where are
to
you going with this, Cole?
He's obviously taunting us. He believes he's far more intelligent than we are.
Okay, it's some kind of story, right? A guy that God hates, chains him up.
It's an allegory, Rusty.
What story with two?
It means something else.
Symbolic meaning.
And a literal
That's what
meaning.
he wants us to think.
Could he be using it literally?
I think he
In a
is.
fountain in a public square? Could it be that easy?
Can somebody tell me what the fuck is going on?
The fountain in Pershing Square. Come on, we have a clue. Captain, thanks, Ray.
Be careful, Phelps. This is his game you're playing now.
Now it's about 11:40. I did say I probably wouldn't go past midnight. However, this is kind of picking up in a good way. I want to gauge how you guys feel. I should be down for another little bit. Another 30 past. What do you think? Are you guys feeling like it's time to head out and we can pick it up tomorrow? Because could go back to that video we were watching for the bathroom break earlier. For anybody who was here for that. So we do have something. So it's not like, yeah, it's not like we're not without something to do for the next 20 minutes as we wrap up. But yeah, just wanted to see what you guys think. How do you feel? Because again, we are going to continue this tomorrow anyway.
Hey, Cole, let's get moving.
Rusty, I'm talking to chat, please. Hang on. Jesus Christ, bud. So how do you feel? What do you think? Should we just pick it up tomorrow and watch the rest of that video? Then I can grab a bite to eat and figure out who we should rate out to. Or do you want to keep going? Because I think we're on... I think we're either on the last case of the homicide desk or second to last. In fact, I think this is actually the last one. So maybe we could just pick this up tomorrow. And that'll give us a little something to look forward to. Because then it's Vice, and then a couple of those, and then Arson, and then couple of those, and that's the end. So there's a lot. So we'd easily be doing this at least to next week anyway. Regardless, this is maybe like another hour, if anything. But thinking about it, I think film reels. I think maybe, yeah, I think we could probably pick this up tomorrow. Man, we've got 12 and a half hours on this already. Shit. All right. Yeah, let's pick up our video from earlier. Sound good. That way I can recuperate a little bit before I, give us our go to bed, see you tomorrow messages and shit. Now, let me close all these damn windows. No, not yet. No. We're gonna watch the rest of the video that I had on earlier. I can't remember if you were here or not, but when the stream came back after my reboot, I had to take a bathroom break, and as most of you guys know, yeah. So yeah. We're just gonna finish off the video I started earlier. Mord, I don't know if you're here for that. It was another Dungeon Dad video. We were starting off on the what was it, the night, the night lady, the pale night, the pale night. And we're about 15 minutes into a 47-minute video, so there's easily another 30 minutes left. So we could go to the end of that. It sounds good. Here, actually, let me swap to just chatting. No, it's okay. You've been here for like 2 hours, buddy. It's already been like almost 5, so you've been here for almost half. You're good. But yeah, just Dungeon Dad stuff is all, so don't worry. Let me change the title in the game category. Just chatting. Quick recap: the pale knight is a manifestation of the mother of demons from one of the layers of hell in D&D lore. And they're just talking about, like, because she's technically the oldest creature in D&D, and like insanely powerful. And she looks like she looks what did I call her? I called her the booby ghost, because she manifests as this. If we can go to the, there we go. This is more or less what she looks like. So she looks like a booby ghost. But apparently that's just how we perceive her, because her true form is so inconceivably terrifying that if we saw her true form, we would just die. And that the weird sort of like cloak thingy, the shroud, is not actually her like wearing a shroud. It's reality blocking her true visage from us to save us from being destroyed just by looking at her. And it's like really neat. Those are some of her children. The Oberith. Because she's the first Oberith. Yeah, it's kind of neat. And so it was just describing her, what a demon lord is, and how she became to be the mother of demons.
600th layer of the Abyss, the demon lord of beasts, Baphomet, rules over the endless maze. A seemingly infinite replicating series of walls that forms a maze which stretches out in all directions. But at the center of this maze is a realm that exists beyond Baphomet's influence. For in this place is the Bone Citadel, the fortress domain of Pale Knight. The Bone Citadel, as its name would suggest, is a massive fortress made of bones. Hand and finger bones, specifically. Here, Pale Knight spends the vast majority of her
So I was gonna say, I'm just gonna grab a drink and something to snack on. In the meantime, we'll just unwind for this.
time doing whatever it is she does. Not much is known about her daily activities, though it is clear that she, like many of her Oberth brethren, is a schemer. She has a non-aggression pact with Baphomet that states she won't infringe on his domain so long as he respects the boundaries of her castle. The two of them aren't exactly friends, but like so many agreements between the various demon lords, it is a mutually beneficial situation. Any would-be interlopers must first navigate through Baphomet's domain before they can reach the Citadel, a feat many have died trying to accomplish. And in kind, if a real threat ever presents itself to Baphomet's domain, Pale Knight is bound to help in its defense, since if the maze falls, her domain is next. But other than this pact with her neighbor, Pale Knight pretty much stays out of demonic politics. When the other demon lords go to war with each other, she doesn't involve herself in what she sees as petty squabbles between unruly children. And in kind, she's left alone by pretty much everyone. In fact, she is outright feared by practically all other demons, including the other demon lords. After all, we're talking about a being who is of unfathomable age, even to a creature like Demogorgon or Dweeblex. Another odd thing about Pale Knight is that where most demon lords have these extravagant layers with all kinds of
I think my mod added Demogorgon as a
Pale Knight's fortress
an
is
emote.
a seemingly normal fortress, aside from the fact that it's made of bones, I suppose. But of course, now in 5th edition, we do have layer actions, which are important to consider for a creature like this, and I was more than happy to do so. After all the other demon lords as detailed in Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes get them, so it only felt right to grant some special rules to Pale Knight as well. In my 5th edition conversion, you'll find a handful of combat tricks she can perform as layer actions and a list of regional effects mostly focused around bones. Something all the demon lords in 5th edition have as well is a madness table that determines what happens if you go mad within a realm occupied by a demon lord. And while this isn't the most important thing, I feel like it's a fun little ribbon ability that gets added on top of all the other.
Ooh, good work, Scarrow.
I felt like we should make one for Pale Knight as well. I know not everyone uses the madness mechanics from the Dungeon Master's Guide, or madness mechanics of any kind for that matter, or the madness mechanics associated with the demon lords, but if you do, and you want to, it's all in there. Go nuts, so to speak. I also find Pale Knight's personality when interacting with other creatures to be very fascinating. She is incredibly powerful and has an impossibly long perspective on things, so when a creature approaches her, there's no telling how she might react. Her personality is capricious and prone to change, which is in line with the chaotic nature of demons, but Pale Knight really exemplifies this. In the adventure Expedition to the Demon Web Pits, the players have an opportunity to speak with several of the demon lords at a demonic council meeting. It's a whole thing, and I don't really want to get into it because A, that's a real left turn into tangent,
But also spoil it.
but also because I don't want to spoil the module. It's a really good one.
Sounds really
If
cool.
you haven't had a chance to play it or run it, you should check it out sometime. All you really need to know is that the demon lords are meeting to discuss the potential forming of a kind of universal pact. And at this meeting, Grast, disguised as another creature, warns the adventuring party not to speak with Pale Knight. Do not speak to the White Lady. Not one word. He says this because he knows she will be offended if a group of mortals just walks up to her and starts a conversation, and he doesn't want to lose her as an ally. If the party ignores him and talks to her anyways, this happens. The White Lady turns when you speak to her, her robe shimmering and hinting at a beautiful shape within. She lifts her hands to open the veil slightly, and you are staring beyond the veil at something that should not be, something ancient and filled with malice. The mother of demons, a creature that sees even Tonari as children. Your mind rebels and your vision fades. For a moment, you want to tear out your own eyes. She shifts the veil to cover herself, but it's too late. What is seen cannot be unseen. After this, the DM calls for a super high wisdom save, and anyone who fails that save loses 2d6 points of wisdom, and 1 point of that is permanent. And of course, if that knocks you down to 0, you just die. Then, Pale Knight teleports away. Which is kind of wild, because this meeting is taking place in an area that is supposed to be specifically warded against teleportation magic, but she just isn't bothered by that, I guess, and vanishes without saying a word to anybody. So that's something, but on the other hand, she has also been known to actively engage in conversation with mortals who manage to locate her lair, just chatting it up with them for hours before letting them walk out as if they were old pals. Sometimes she even sends these mortals on a quest on her behalf, often involving punishing a rival for some slight committed against her who knows how long ago. Basically, she just does whatever she feels in the moment, which makes her an incredibly frustrating enemy to go up against. But I guess if you're already seeking out Pale Knight for non-violent reasons, things have probably already gotten pretty messed up for you. Now with all that said, I think we should take a moment to talk about just exactly what Pale Knight is capable of within the rules of the game, and then maybe I'll introduce you to a new demonic friend of mine. Pale Knight is obviously one of the most powerful creatures in the game world. Even by Demon Lord standards, she is a true endgame threat. Clocking in with a CR of 26, Pale Knight brings a lot of hurdles to the table anyone seeking to take her down will have to overcome. First and foremost, she is a quasi-ethereal being, meaning that she can not only see into the ethereal plane, but she can also move through objects as an incorporeal creature, like a ghost. She's also got resistance to magic of all types, and that legendary resistance 3 times per day we all know and love. But what's probably her most iconic trait is a wordy bit of text called Beyond the Veil. This is the trait that explains what happens if you look directly at her true form. Essentially what it boils down to is that if you see her with your actual eyeballs, you need to make a DC 30 charisma save or die. If you pass the charisma save, your mind basically blocks out and represses everything you see and you just pass out for a second. And if you do happen to witness horrors beyond your comprehension that result in instant death, even if you're revived, you still can't recall what you've seen. Now fortunately, she is covered by her veil at all times, so the only way you'd actually get to look at her is if you specifically went out of your way to take a peek beneath her shroud, in which case, you've played yourself. Now that I think of it, this entire concept really just feels like something created to punish the obnoxiously horny bard trope characters we see from time to time. So, if you've got one of those in your party and you want to watch them die from looking at a lady, here you go. In any case, when it comes to her actual actions, she's got more than a few tricks up the old shroud. Her basic attack is a ghostly touch that deals a shit ton of necrotic damage, and of course, she has a bunch of innate spells such as Astral Projection, Blight, Detect Evil and Good, Dispel Magic, Telekinesis, Confusion, Water Breathing, and goddamn Imprisonment. These spells all serve a pretty obvious purpose, but the inclusion of Imprisonment specifically is wild. For those not familiar with this spell, Imprisonment is a 9th level spell that allows you to trap a creature indefinitely in a prison of your design, such as an orb of magic force,
Hey, that's Final
binding
Fantasy
chains, a tiny
XIV.
gemstone, or a demiplane that's just a maze. Also, the target can't be found with any type of divination magic, and they don't need to eat, sleep, or breathe, and they stop aging. This spell does take a full minute to cast, and you do get a wisdom save to try and resist it, but wow, is it ever something you do not want to be targeted by. The other absolutely wild spell that Pale Knight can cast at will, no less, is Magic Jar, aka the Freaky Friday spell. This one allows the caster to trap someone's soul in a vessel, much like a pot or lamp, and then move into their body themselves, optionally allowing the other person to take over your body. Pale Knight's version of this spell is a bit special though, because she can use her shroud as the vessel, which is horrific when you start to consider the implications of that for like 2 seconds. She likely just has countless souls trapped within her shroud with no chance of escape forever. That sucks. And if the shroud does turn out to be some kind of divine being or holy object that is unwillfully taking part in this whole soul trapping process, that's doubly horrific. In fact, one of the source books specifies that she frequently takes over the body of a mortal she likes and just runs it ragged until she gets bored or the body ages to death, at which point she vacates and moves on to the next.
Right.
She super doesn't need a body to function, by the way. This is just something she does to pass the time, and on occasion it will allow her to travel inconspicuously through other planes. Because you know, if you see Pale Knight rolling up to the town gates, it's probably going to be a whole thing, but just some random dude trying to walk through, not a big deal. Now, Pale Knight's most devastating ability is one called Revelation of Truth. This takes an incredible amount of willpower on her part, so it can only be done once per day, But hoo boy, what a thing to do. When she uses this action, for but a moment, she's able to suppress the shroud that covers her body, allowing her true form to be exposed for all to see. In the 3.5 days, this would cause massive wisdom drain and possibly instant death for anyone who saw her. But I wanted to rebalance it a bit to make it fit more with what we're used to in 5th edition, but in a good way. So I came up with an interpretation that I feel is both dramatic and also reasonable, but not undercutting her power. When she does this, everyone who can see her has to make a DC 24 dexterity save. If you succeed, you can quickly react and look away from her, dropping your eyes to the ground. This does mean that you are effectively blinded until your next turn, but it also means you don't have to look at her. If you fail the save, meaning you don't look away in time, or you just choose to look for some reason, you are then subjected to her Truth Beyond the Veil trait, meaning you have to make a DC 30 charisma save, or you just die. I feel like this could create some really dramatic moments, but if you don't want to pull any punches at all and just go straight for the jugular, by all means, just stick with the initial saving throw of DC 30 and hopefully not everyone dies at the same time. Some tables love that shit, and I'm here for it. Lastly, she's got a nasty 3 per day action called Embrace, wherein she attempts to wrap another creature up in her shroud. If she does this, you have to make a saving throw or you get stunned for 1 round. And if you fail the save by 5 or more, you get petrified. But this ain't your dad's petrification. Instead of turning into stone, your body becomes ethereal, and you are wrapped in a ghostly shroud that obscures all your features, much like Pale Knight herself. But even if you are cured of the petrification, you have now been infused with a fraction of Pale Knight's essence, meaning you are permanently incorporeal and shrouded. For some, this might not be a huge deal, but for many, it's something you'll probably want to get looked at. Is there a way to cure this curse? That's up to the Dungeon Master ultimately, but rules as written, no. For those who are never freed from the petrification-like effect, Pale Knight uses them as decorations all throughout her citadel. So as you walk through the corridors, keep in mind any semi-ethereal shrouded figures you see were once mortals like yourself. But there is a second reason she does this aside from epic home decor. For once a creature has been bound in her embrace,
extremely
they
terrifying.
Undergo a transformation into something new, should the Mother of Demons deem them worthy. So as promised, I've come up with a wholly new original creature to complement Pale Knight and serve her as a new cast of minions. You can of course use this creature in conjunction with the Demoness or as a standalone stat block, but either way I'm very curious to hear what you think about this one in the comments. So without further ado, I present to you the Shrouded Knight. I need you to understand and appreciate the restraint it took for me to not name this creature the Pale Knight, but with a K, because they're knights, sort of. Are Demon Lords above wordplay, do you think? Okay, so the Shrouded Knight. What's their deal? Essentially, when Pale Knight traps a soul in her embrace, she sometimes chooses to imbue that creature with a bit more of her power, an act that causes them to return as a newly birthed demon. They take on the appearance of an armored knight atop a fiendish steed, but wrapped in a shroud just like their creator. However, the true form of this creature, much like Pale Knight herself, is an unimaginable horror. Because this creature isn't 2 separate beings, a knight and a rider, but rather it is one entity whose form is masked and creates the illusion of a knight riding atop a steed by the sheet that covers their body. Typically, her knights can be found patrolling the citadel and the areas of the maze that surround it, hunting interlopers and the like. However, on occasion, Pale Knight might send some of her minions out into other parts of the Abyss or even other planes to conduct missions on her behalf, or just to act as messengers. Like their mother, all Shrouded Knights are ethereal and capable of incorporeal movement. And they also have the ability to revel in their true form with an action called Lesser Revelation. This action works essentially the same way as Pale Knight's Revelation of Truth, except if you see their true form, you don't just die. Instead, you get frightened for a full minute, and of course the DCs are a bit lower. But they can also do it anytime they want, so there's a bit of give and take here. As CR 12 creatures, they land in that sweet spot of being a powerful threat for weaker parties and a good group of enemies to face off against those at higher levels. Of course, they also have the ability to attack with both their hooves and a cursed lance, which means any creature hit by the lance is cursed by the night, allowing it to know the creature's precise location for the next 24 hours. This is pretty situational, but I feel like it gives them a bit of personality, and I do think it would come in handy when hunting an enemy through, I don't know, a maze of endless proportions. And that thought process kind of inspired their final action, which is an ability that provides a bit of a spin on a classic spell. Maze is an 8th level spell that banishes a target to a maze-like demiplane for up to 10 minutes, effectively removing them from the fight until they can pass an intelligence save and find their way out of the maze. The Shrouded Knight has an ability that does pretty much the exact same thing, except I called it Hunter's Maze, and this is because the Shrouded Knight also follows the creature into the demiplane they send them to. The target must attempt to escape the maze by making intelligence saves as per usual. However, every turn they are lost in the maze, the Knight is hunting them. On the Knight's turn, they get to attempt an intelligence save in order to find the creature within the maze, and if they succeed, they get to make a lance attack against them. And if, say, they know the creature's precise location for some reason, they don't have to make an intelligence save to find them, they just get to make an attack against them. So while this does remove the Knight and their target from combat, they get to slowly whittle down the target's HP, hunting them in this demiplane until the target finds the escape. I feel like this is all very thematic and maybe some really cool role-play moments at the table, but this creature has literally never been used before. Obviously, these videos are allegedly weekly, so I don't have time to really playtest stuff extensively, meaning that you can be among the first to take it for a spin and let me know what you think. If it turns out awesome, you're very welcome. I aim to serve. And if it sucks and everyone has a bad time, just remember you did not get it from me. Now, all of that stuff is well and good, but I'm practically dying to talk about some plot hook ideas I've had regarding Pale Knights and these Shrouded Knights and everything that we've talked about thus far. So let's move on and talk about how we might actually use this creature at the game table. As a powerful entity who's been around since the 2nd edition days of D&D, you'd think Pale Knight would be all over the place in terms of published products. But there are shockingly few D&D adventures that actually feature her, let alone use her as the focus of a campaign. And that's partly because she's a straight up demon lord, and that means she won't easily just fit into any campaign or story. So if you want to go with something that involves Pale Knight but doesn't revolve around a bunch of CR 20 plus demon lords running around, maybe you go for something a bit more grounded and the party is just dealing with a cult of Pale Knight, which surprisingly is something we haven't actually talked about yet. Pale Knight doesn't really cultivate followers the same way that other demon lords do, so cults dedicated to Pale Knight are extremely rare. But they definitely do exist. Most cultists devoted to Pale Knight simply set out with the goal of reaching her bone citadel and getting the chance to glimpse beyond the veil. They are crazed individuals obsessed with the notion that there is some ultimate cosmic truth to be gleaned from Pale Knight herself. And even if they are right, all they're really doing is undertaking an impossible goal which, if somehow successful, will kill them or drive them mad. I could also see a group of cultists who all want to become Shrouded Knights, and their goal is to open up a portal to the 600th layer of the Abyss and see if they can be judged worthy by the Mother of Demons. Or as the cultists refer to her, Pale Mommy. And of course, if they are successful, not only will they then have to deal with the maze between them and their
Pale
Shrouded
Mommy.
Master, but it will also allow all kinds of demons into the material plane, which is bad.
Really
One
bad.
bit of lore from Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes that I think is worth bringing up here is that demons are described, at least in that book, as a literal infection. They're like a cancerous growth that will change and alter their surroundings to match the chaotic nature of the abyss if left alone for too long. So maybe the cult has already succeeded and they're trying to map out the maze that leads to Pale Knight, all the while reality is crumbling around their hideout and the abyss is threatening to take over the area surrounding them. And if you want to incorporate another demon lord in this whole scheme, perhaps the cult is even working with another cult of Baphomet. Baphomet is a much more established demon on the cultist scene, so perhaps your party might believe they're getting wrapped up in a plot involving the Lord of Beasts, but it actually turns out a cult of Pale Knight was leading the initiative all along. If you're running something like Out of the Abyss, or just any adventure that involves potential travel into the Abyss itself, Pale Knight could very well make an appearance. While formidable in battle, she's definitely more of a hidden threat that likes to pull the strings, so perhaps you orchestrate a situation where she is manipulating another demon lord to some twisted end. Something else I want to talk about is the actual metaphysics involved with killing a demon lord, because if the party's put up against a demon lord, there's a good chance that some of them might want to try to kill her. As creatures with stat blocks, they can be fought and slain, but if they are slain anywhere outside of the Abyss, like most creatures from the Outer Planes, they don't die, but simply reform back in the Abyss, their home plane, after a time. However, like all demons and most other creatures from the Outer Planes, if they are slain on their home plane, the Abyss, they are dead permanently. But of course, there is something that most powerful demon lords do to try and circumvent this somewhat. As long as part of their essence still remains, they can use that to reform even if destroyed within their home plane. So much like the Lich's phylactery, most demon lords create a small gem which houses their essence. It's usually placed in an amulet or something, but this is a very important object because it is their insurance policy. And while that may seem like a win-win situation for the demon lord in question, this extra bit of insurance doesn't come without risk. If another creature is ever able to get a hold of this object, it gives them absolute power over the demon lord in much the same way you might hold power over a devil if you ever discovered their true name. Each demon's essence gem is such a well-kept secret, they literally tell no one where they keep it, and it's guaranteed to be held somewhere with a ton of traps and usually some mindless bodyguards like golems who can defend it if someone should ever stumble upon the secret location. This is such a big deal that within the universe of the Forgotten Realms, Asmodeus straight up prioritizes finding Demogorgon's amulet above almost all other pursuits as far as the blood war between devils and demons is concerned. He believes that if he is able to secure even just one demon lord's amulet, it will shift the tide in their favor to the point where the devils might actually conquer and destroy the Abyss. And all of that is just to say, Pale Knight's definitely got an amulet hidden somewhere, right? So finding this amulet could be an adventure in and of itself with potentially massive consequences. Does the party destroy the amulet, then kill Pale Knight to purge her evil from the multiverse forever? Or do they trade it back to her for something that they want? Or maybe they use it to control her and wield that incredible amount of power for some other end. And as I just mentioned, these amulets are objects of incomprehensible value to someone like Asmodeus, so if the demons won't offer them anything they want, the devils might.
will. Yeah.
Who knows, maybe they were even sent on this quest by Asmodeus in the first place. Something else to keep in mind is that while Pale Knight is by her very nature quite chaotic, she is a thinking being and a highly intelligent one at that. And considering that, she doesn't even have to be the antagonist. Maybe the party's gunning for some other demon lord's amulet and they hear a rumor that the only other being in the multiverse who knows where it is Pale Knight. So they seek her out hoping to trade something in exchange for the information. And who knows, she might even just straight up tell them if it means the destruction of a demon lord that she is a beef with. There's also a lot of story potential just with the idea of her shroud itself. She is literally shrouded in mystery, so perhaps some renowned demonologist has a bounty set aside for a ridiculous amount of gold promised to anyone that manages to witness her true form and describe it to a competent artist or something. I'm sure lots of people would just lie about this to try and get the money, but there are lots of ways to determine magically if someone is telling the truth or not. And if the party actually wants to achieve this goal, how they do that, I don't really know, but that's up to them to figure out. As a dungeon master, I would definitely be willing to roll with them on some harebrained scheme that might have a slim chance of working if they can logically justify an argument for a way that they might be able to cause this to happen. And if they are able to do it, not only would this be a Lovecraftian adventure for the ages, committing anything resembling her true form to a canvas would likely drive the artist, and anyone else who looks at the painting, completely mad. Which means you have a really cool new cursed item in your world. I don't know what it is about cursed paintings, but I just enjoy that concept a lot. Regarding her knights, there is also a lot that can be done there as well, aside from obvious minion activities. Maybe a shrouded knight is used to deliver a message to the material plane bearing ill omens from the mother of demons. Perhaps it's a warning of her arrival, or maybe even just a warning about another demonic incursion being put forth by a demon lord Pale Knight is at odds with. And then if she capitalizes on that and expands her domain and does whatever it is she's trying to do, that could cause even more problems for the folks on the material plane. Or maybe it makes things better. I don't know. that's up to the players and the Dungeon Master to decide however that story shakes out. I also like the idea that one of her knights may be a former NPC of some import to the party, and they have to go on an adventure to find a way to restore the cursed fiend back to their true form. And if all else fails, I think there's one final detail that is pretty much universally overlooked when it comes to including Pale Knight in an adventure. I kind of touched on this a bit earlier, but don't you think that Pale Knight probably hates the shroud that covers her up all the time? We know that she's not in direct control of it, and we also know that she can suppress it for a few moments every day. But I can't help but feel like if I were her, destroying that shroud would be my #1 priority. Because I mean, if she wanted to be obscured as a creature at her power level, I'm sure she would have a way to do that. But having the choice removed is a massive hindrance to what she's capable of. So because of that, we can assume that destroying the shroud is no simple task. After all, if an entity as powerful as a Demon Lord can't just rip it up, it's not going to be easy, which begs the question, what even is the shroud? It's possible the shroud is some kind of extremely powerful magic item on par with artifacts like the Hand and Eye of Vecna or the Book of Vile Darkness, but it's also possible that the shroud is literally a divine being whose sole purpose is to keep Pale Knight's true form hidden. And in either case, that means there is likely some kind of ritual or hyper-specific circumstance that can lead to the shroud's destruction. I mean, just look at the section about artifacts in the Dungeon Master's Guide. There's a whole thing about how every artifact can't just be destroyed by bopping it with a hammer. You have to undergo a specific ritual, which is usually determined at the time of the artifact's creation. And Pale Knight certainly knows this. The only reason she hasn't destroyed the shroud by now is because she either can't or she doesn't know how. Perhaps in order to destroy the shroud, you have to kill some entity that controls it.
Warcraft Titans.
Lives on one of the celestial planes so far removed from the abyss that Pale Knight would never be able to get there before all the gods in the multiverse were taking her on. But she could always trick a group of unaware adventurers into doing it for her. We know that she can possess other bodies, so perhaps Pale Knight, under the guise of someone else, convinces the party that they must undergo an important mission to find and kill some celestial being. She might offer them an incredible amount of wealth, or try to spin them a tale about how this being has become corrupted and must be stopped. Whatever the case, she's sure to appeal to what she knows will have the best chance of convincing them to kill that being who controls the shroud. And I mean, hey, if the party's a bunch of Pale Knight enthusiasts, she might not even have to trick them. In fact, destruction of the shroud could be an excellent goal for a cult of Pale Knight. Whether the players make up that cult or they're trying to stop the cult, either way, that sounds like a really interesting story to me. In the event that Pale Knight simply doesn't know how to destroy the shroud, everything I just said still stands, except the goal of her quest would be to have some ancient text delivered to her that details the shroud destroying ritual in certain terms. And if she is successful in this scheme, that makes her a whole lot more dangerous. If even just glimpsing at her true form is enough to straight up kill virtually any living being in the multiverse, that form being exposed to everyone and everything within the cosmos is sure to have dire consequences. If you really want to up the stakes of this story and prove how dangerous this outcome would be, maybe you even show the players a different world or reality or realm or whatever we're calling them now, where Pale Knight did not have a shroud on her and that realm has just been completely twisted and destroyed. And like all horrible nightmare beings from beyond, I could also see Pale Knight functioning as a really cool warlock patron. Maybe your warlock character just dresses in a sheet all the time and seeks to understand forbidden knowledge that should never be known. Easiest cosplay ever. But whatever you choose to do, as always, linked in the description down below is a Google document that contains all the 5th edition stats that I converted for this monster, as well as all the stuff for the Shrouded Knight, all of their original lore, and all of the lore that I wrote up, kind of condensing everything across the editions for my 5e conversion. It's all there in that document. And if you are one of my lovely patrons over on the Dungeon Dad Patreon page, you can of course find the high-res PDF stat block, which contains all the new artwork and everything else that is all the same words and information, but it's just presented in a fancier way as my way of saying thank you for the extra support over there. I'm really curious to hear what you guys think about this video because, like I said at the beginning, this is a different type of monster than what I normally cover, and I'm curious to see what you think about me covering more unique named creatures in the future, as well as what you think about the addition of homebrew, essentially homebrew creatures that I have created, kind of attaching them to these videos as well. I've done that a few times in the past. Most recently, I literally did it in the video before this one with the pie fiend and the paste shrimps and that whole thing. If you haven't watched that video, it's a wild monster, but in any case, yeah, I just want to know what you guys think about that.
I liked that one. It was a cool video.
I will happily explore doing that more often in the future. Also, I want to give a massive shout out to this week's randomly selected Patron of the Week. This week's randomly selected patron is James Rands. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I guess that's it for the night. Give that a like. That was a really cool video. I'm gonna see who's on. Unless you guys have someone you wanted to raid out to tonight.
Like to see show up on this channel.
You want to see what she really looks like, huh, Scarrow?
Let me know in the comments down below.
You think, ooh, booby ghost. Let me see what she really looks like. Is that it?
Description thing down there.
Or did you already see her and that's why you're making that face? And you're like, never mind, I didn't want to do that.
Might just see it show up on an episode of Monster of the
Yeah, don't worry, me too.
If you like what I'm doing here, you want to support the channel and you're already a patron or you don't have the money to throw my way, totally get it. Just leaving comments and likes and all that stuff helps.
I can fix her. I don't know, but I won't stop you from trying. It's only gonna hurt you.
Not go unnoticed, not by me or whatever God is controlling this whole thing. It's definitely a chaotic one, I know that much. But for real, thank you so much for watching. Stick around to the very end of the video to see a preview of what's coming next week. And other than that, I got nothing else for you. So, I'll see you in the next one. Till then.
Oh, excuse me, folks.
Dungeon Dad looks towards the heavens for inspiration. Instead of sunshine, things have become dark as night. But it's the most anticipated day of the year for one giant species. Next episode, Eclipse Giants.
We've already seen part of that. Well, we can finish it another day. Probably even just start over another day. Alright, folks. If nobody has any ideas for Raiden, I think we're going to raid out to... Oh, I think she's finishing up for the night. Let me see here. Yeah, I think she's finishing. The hell is that? Oh. Oh, hell, let's raid out to her anyway. I can't think of anybody else. We're gonna raid out to Neko Mickey, who was, or is, playing Cult of the Lamb. She's 10 hours into day 4 of her subathon after her 2.0 model reveal. You guys know the drill. Got my throne, tips, the Discord for real this time, socials. And if you're a subscriber, you can copy the raid message. Let's get out of here. Because I don't have any other ideas that we haven't raided into a bunch of times. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I want to give Mickey some support. She is super rad. Thank you guys a bunch for joining me tonight. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a great night. And I will catch you all tomorrow night at the same time with more LA Noire. And Thursday, if nothing else comes up, I am also going to be streaming some World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria remix, baby. Mord, we gotta get you into that, buddy. We gotta get you into that because it starts Thursday. So we'll figure that out. Anyways, catch you later, buddy. And if anybody ever needs to talk to me, I'm always open on Discord. Just, never hesitate. I'm not like a huge streamer, so I'm not like busy all the time. I have no life. This is my life. So feel free to message me. Anyways, love you guys. Thank you so much for coming by tonight. I will catch you all tomorrow night with some more LA Noire. Take it easy.
Tune in next time.
Oops, wrong one. There we go.